for NPS Hackathon 2026. We are all gathered here after 2 months of grit, hard work, and passion towards pension regulation, trust funds, as well as building future for India's next digital age. Currently, we are delayed by 15 minutes. I apologize for that. But still, what I will like to do right now is just have a brief introduction with all the team members with different dignitaries that are present today. So I would like each representative of every team to come forward and just introduce ourselves briefly, and then maybe we can begin. Yeah. Come forward. Come forward. It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. This is Vishweshwar Mensumane from Bangalore, and I'm participating in problem statement 3. Thank you.
So for problem statement 1, Centron will be pitching online today. Do we have Aditya Veer Singh here? Yeah, please. So problem statement 1 was all about building an NPS onboarding journey where KYC was a very key element of it, to include it during that journey. And a lot of teams have worked and on this. We have the highest prize money on that problem statement, and it's a very crucially important decision and requirement of PFRDA. Secondly, on problem statement 2, we had a gamified version for awareness, which will create knowledge among the youth regarding what is NPS, how is a pension important, what kind of investment instrument it is, and the tax benefits that is relative to other investment options. With problem statement 3, we had a simplified NPS tool to calculate the pensions that should be required, or what kind of return those pensions will be giving to us. A simplified tool that can be enabled by PFRDA for the betterment of the people. At problem statement 4, we had a multilinguistic AI chatbot, which basically was a help desk to all the people in need from rural, semi-urban, and urban spaces. And these were the 4 core problem statements and areas in which PFRDA sought development and skilled youth of India to participate and innovate for the country. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Aditya Veer Singh from problem statement 1 to briefly introduce himself.
Yeah. Hi everyone, good morning. So me and Pankaj, we are IIT alumni, and we will be presenting the solution for problem statement 1. Yeah. Okay.
We have a third participant from problem statement 1, that is Miss Veda Arvind and team.
Namaste. So we're a team of 7. I'm Veda Arvind and I'm currently working at NHAI. A lot of our team members are also working in the government sector. We're all youth right out of college. So,
yeah. For problem statement 2, we have 3 teams participating. We have already been included with one of them, and the next participant that will be coming is Revant Sampati Rao. Do we have him here? Okay, he's not here. Someone from Adrila Technologies, Mr. Akbar Ali.
Good morning, everyone. I am Akbar Ali from Adrila Technologies Private Limited. I'm here with my colleague Sawan Masrani. We'll be presenting for PS3.
We have Retrimeter 5 by Mr. Vishweshwar. Do we have Mr. Vishweshwar? Okay, you have already introduced. All right. For problem statement 1, 2, 3, yeah. For problem statement 4, we have Miss Ananya Biju and team. They have created a solution called NPS Sarthi. Please introduce.
So hi all, my name is Ananya and we are a team of 4 consisting of Christina Telfin, Anne Sunny and Andros PT. We are second year students from Christ College of Engineering, Thrissur, Kerala, and we have chosen problem statement 4.
Thank you, Ananya. With the next solution, we have NPS Smart Retrimeter Coach by Mr. Srihari Kaushik.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Srihari Kaushik, working as software developer at Bank of America. Yeah, we have chosen problem statement 4 to on multilingual AI assistant. Yeah, thank you.
We have Pension Box PB AI powered multilinguistic NPS voice assistant by Mr. Kuldeep Parashar.
Hello everyone, myself Piyush and I am from Pension Box, and today we are going to showing a POC on the problem statement 4. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the list of participants that are pitching today. I would request Mr. Anurag Singh to maybe have a couple of words of encouragement to the participants.
Good morning. It's really exciting to see all of you here today, and especially for our host who have set this up as an opportunity for you all to come in and present yourself and your solutions. I'm very excited about hearing the different solutions that you all are talking about. The 4 problem statement looks like very interesting and exciting. I'm going to be coming in and out, but I hope to see most of you in some format or the other out there. But welcome to IIT, welcome to the institute that's hosting it, along with our hosts out here from PFRDA. Thank you for organizing it, and Pooja is here, Pooja too. Thank you for organizing this. This was a great event, actually. When I think about it, it's amazing. Piyushji, who was sitting out here, and I had gone to meet the chairman of PFRDA, and this all came in within, like 10 days. He's just so dynamic, your chairman. I must admit to that. He is a wonderful person, and he said, we are doing this. This is an opportunity for people like you all from all over the country to come and participate in an event and a hackathon where there are problems that they want, which is PFRDA wants to solve it. And you all as creative minds could actually do a wonderful job in solving that. So having said that, I think this would not have come through without his vision, and he's not here, but he'll be here in the afternoon. I think it is an amazing opportunity for you all, not only to be part of this event, but hopefully you can carry it forward down the line to make it a proper solution for PFRDA out there. So welcome again, all of you, and thank you.
We have truly honored to have with us an assembly of visionary leaders and experts at IIT Kanpur. Lately, we will be joined today by Shri Parmen Triwari. Professor Ashutosh Modi and Dr. Ritti Andrews. Currently, we have in our presence Ms. Mamta Rohit, who is Executive Director Distributions at PFRDA. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Shri K. Mohan Gandhi, who is CGM at PFRDA. Very welcome, sir. I would now request our CEO of SIIC first to kindly felicitate the guests. We can start with Shri K. Mohan Gandhi. Sir, please welcome on the stage. Miss Mamta Rohit. Miss Pooja Upadhyay. Okay. Thank you everyone for your kind words and time. We will be starting the pitching shortly in the next 10 minutes as soon as CTO sir arrives.
I would like to call Future You to the... Is there anyone from Future You? Yes, please come on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Garvit Joshi. I am from Team Future You. We are a team of 4 members, but only 2 of us could attend, and we'll be presenting in problem statement 2. Thank you.
Hello, team. We will be starting in 10 minutes. And please check your systems, and if you require coming here and checking all the your laptop and everything, please come here.
So the sessions which are before lunch,
So I request them to come here and check once their solutions are properly working, systems are connected to the Wi-Fi and everything, so that a problem will not arise when you are presenting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, respected jury members, talented participants, and distinguished guests. On behalf of a Startup Incubation and Innovation Center, IIT Kanpur, it is my absolute privilege to welcome you to the grand finale of the PFRD Innovate for NPS Hackathon 2026, the final pitch day, right here at the heart of innovation, IIT Kanpur. Today marks the thrilling culmination of nationwide innovation oasis. What began as bold ideas have evolved into robust working prototypes poised to fortify India's pension ecosystem, a cornerstone of our nation's financial future. As our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi aptly said, innovation is the key to India's progress in the 21st century. We are truly honored to have with us an assembly of visionary leaders and experts at IIT Kanpur. Shri Parmendra Tiwari, Chief Technology Officer, PFRDA, Mr. Saurabh Shukla, Chief Technology Officer, Bank of Baroda, Ms. Mamta Rohit, Executive Director, Distribution, PFRDA, Shri K. Mohan Gandhi, Chief General Manager, PFRDA, Professor Ashutosh Modi, IIT Kanpur, Dr. Ditton Andrews, Scientist F, STPI, Ms. Pooja Upadhyay, Deputy General Manager, PFRDA. Before we dive into pitches, a quick context to fuel our excitement. The Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority regulates and promotes pension schemes across India. Through the National Pension System, it safeguards long-term financial security for millions. Aligning with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's vision, NPS is a beacon of financial inclusion for every Indian. In our digital era, PFRDA launched the Innovate for NPS Hackathon 2026 in partnership with SIIC IIT Kanpur and EPICS, providing a live digital sandbox for real-world API testing. The response? Phenomenal. Over 900 registrations nationwide, 400 plus stellar proposals in AI, fintech, data analytics, and digital infrastructure. We tackled 4 key challenges: digital onboarding and KYC at scale, pension forecasting and financial awareness, citizen engagement and adoption, AI-powered multilingual support systems. Through rigorous stages, screening, prototyping, AI integration, and jury reviews, 24 teams built solutions, and the top 12 are here today with deployment-ready innovations. A special shootout to IITK participants and those tuning in via YouTube and Zoom. Each team gets 15 minutes for their pitch, 10 minutes for jury Q&A and participation interaction. Timelines are sacred. Let's keep the journey high. Let's ignite the finale. We kick off with problem statement 2. I would now like to welcome Yellow Sense Technologies Private Limited to take the stage.
Hello. Okay, so good morning to all of you. I am Animesh Sharma from YellowSense Technology, here to present our solution for problem statement 2. It is called Pension Pathfinder, gamified solution made to educate young youth about their retirement savings. So today's reality is like, if you ask someone young, what do they think about their retirement savings? They will say that we can invest it later, or like there's a lot of time for that, and their contributions are very irregular. So, and then there are existing solutions which fail to properly educate them. They are calculator heavy tools, so they take quantitative values and give you some numbers. There is no emotional hooks, and the design is of course desktop first, while almost 90, more than 90% of India is on mobile. So the problem is not of lack of facilities or schemes or tasks. The main problem here is procrastination and lack of financial awareness. So this is where our solution steps in. We show you a visual representation of your future self based on your current investments into your retirement savings. And of course, this platform is totally gamified. So it creates a sense of achievements as you complete your missions and tasks and get rewards. And there are bite-sized educational content, so you can quickly learn and test yourself if how much you have learned. And then behavioral nudges, basically emotional feedbacks to keep you motivated. So yeah, you can try it live. I'll quickly show you a demo of our working prototype. Okay, so this is our solution. This is the landing page. So here you can select your age. Let's go with 33 maybe, and then you can enter your income, monthly income. Let's take the example values only. Yeah. So once you enter those values and move ahead, you'll see this. This is basically a summary of your investments and savings. Will show you your streaks, how many days you are active, how actively you are investing in your future. And then there is this missions tab. This is the gamified thing. So basically, you'll see your missions here. You can complete these missions and gain XP. Gaining XP will get you some achievements and rewards. Then there is this. These are the bite-sized learning contents. So as you can see, very short, you can learn them quickly and then quickly take some quizzes. If you are right, it will show you are right then and there itself. So if you are wrong, it will show you are wrong. And yeah, you will get XP for that. So these also contributes to achievements and rewards. And then there is this simulator. You can set your monthly contributions and expected future, what kind of future you want, whether it is safe, balanced, or luxury. So you can set these values and set your year of retirement also, up to what age you expect to retire, basically. We'll show you two graphs. They are basically your potential future, your potential career path. So this graph will show you your expected savings and your risk. And of course, the rewards, collecting XP through completing missions will get you these rewards. So yeah, it creates a sense of achievement when you collect these, and keeps you motivated in doing them, so that investing doesn't feel like an obligation, more like a daily task. So, and then this is the wait. Yeah, this is the visual representation that will show you your investments, your lifestyle, future lifestyles based on your investment. So if you move your slider, it will basically show you what kind of life you will going to have. So as you can see, even at 2 crores something, it still shows like retirement confidence 69. So it is still low because we also take into account the inflation, because of course right now 2 crores might make you rich, but in coming 35 to 40 years it won't be much. So this was overview of our prototype. Coming back to the pitch deck, you can scan this QR code and try it yourself. Okay, so let's move ahead. Yeah, so innovation are basically I gave you an overview of the app. These are just summary of those. Handles India specific variables, NPS withdrawal rules, and etc. Real-time simulation, the graphs which I displayed that show you your future career path, and then emotional snapshot generator, which basically shows you a visual representation of how your life is going to be in the future. And of course, the app is fully scalable with multiple languages. The app supports Hindi and Malayalam also. And all these assumptions and data which we are using is basically from open government data, India dataset, OGD. Yeah, and the impact, basically more than 6 crores young workers are eligible to invest in NPS, and the target audience is 25 to 40 years. And we are expecting 3.5 times lift in engagement, and also 20 crore potential youngsters are going to join sector by 2028. Yeah, so this is our team. I'm Animesh Sharma, the backend engineer. I'm from IIT Patna, and this is basically our engineering team. Very sorry, give me a minute. Yeah, I tried joining the Wi-Fi, but it was not connecting for some reason. Okay, very sorry for that. Connection issues happen sometimes. Yeah, so basically our team and we are incubated at Triple IT Bangalore and sponsored by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud and AWS. And we are DPIIT recognized startup. Thank you very much. And you can, if someone has not downloaded it, you can still scan and download.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. Jury members and participants, your questions and feedback, please.
You send me WhatsApp. Animesh?
Hello.
So I would like to introduce. Yeah, you are visible and audible, Dweep.
Yeah. So hello team, like panel. I just wanted to share the video that was like currently pausing that time because of some internet issue. So I just go on to the video section.
Pension Pathfinder is a gamified retirement awareness platform
Is the audio
designed
coming?
to help young individuals understand and improve their long-term financial readiness. When a user first opens the platform, they are asked to enter basic details such as their age, monthly income, and current monthly pension contribution. The platform is designed to be inclusive and accessible, so users can interact with it in multiple languages including English, Hindi, and Malayalam. After onboarding, the user reaches the main dashboard. Here, they can see their retirement readiness score, savings tracker, and streak indicators that reflect their financial discipline over time. The dashboard acts as a behavioral mirror, showing how small, consistent actions today influence long term retirement outcomes. The next section is missions. This is where gamification drives engagement. Users complete financial tasks and earn experience points, which helps build long term saving habits in a structured yet engaging way. Then comes the learning section. Here, users can access quizzes as well as structured financial learning modules covering topics such as NPS benefits, compounding, retirement planning, and tax advantages. This ensures users are not just saving but also building financial literacy. The simulation section allows users to experiment with different saving behaviors. They can adjust their contribution amounts or the percentage of salary they save and instantly see how these decisions impact their retirement future. Alongside this, the Career Growth Simulator allows users to explore different career trajectories such as aggressive growth, stable paths, late starters, or unstable career journeys. The life path projection visualizes expected, optimistic, and risk based financial outcomes, helping users understand uncertainty and long term planning dynamics. Next is the reward section. Here, users are incentivized through milestone based achievements such as making their first contribution, maintaining saving streaks, and completing financial learning journeys. Finally, the snapshot section provides the most emotionally impactful insights. Users can dynamically adjust their monthly contribution and instantly see their future retirement lifestyle projections. Sometimes users notice that even a retirement corpus like 1.5 crore may still indicate financial struggle. This is because Pension Pathfinder accounts for inflation adjusted real value, helping users understand the true purchasing power of their savings in the future. By combining behavioral science, gamification, financial education, and simulation driven insights, Pension Pathfinder transforms retirement planning into an engaging and actionable experience.
Yeah. So this was the overall view of our problem statement that we have done. And because of some of the internet issue, we were not being able to show. But now, as you saw the final page and all these things, and we also have been supported the APK for Android. So for that, I'll just present a small, just a second. Yeah, like these are images from the APK. As you can see, it supports the Malayali and Hindi and English all together. Yeah. So Animesh, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dwi. So that was overview of our product.
This retirement score, yeah. How do you calculate?
So
what are the parameters?
So the parameters are your age and then your monthly income and amount you are investing in NPS, and then the inflation rate which we have set. So these are the parameters. In the future, we will also take into account your insurance or your SIPs and in other investments to calculate.
The retirement score, for example, a person, 30 years old person who is earning a monthly income of, let us say, 50,000 rupees per month, and he is saving 50% of his income into NPS. Let us say 25,000 rupees is, but there is a other person who is earning maybe a 2 lakh rupees per month, and he is investing, let us say, maybe 50,000 rupees into NPS. So who will get higher score?
Sir, it basically depends on the main section that you fill the details. So as when you do the onboarding, at that point of time, the information that you fill, it basically depends on that, and it varies upon person to person. Like the salary is different, and if the person is having the aggressive growth or the unstable career or it's a late startup, so it depends according to that.
Okay.
One question I have, how you are doing these projections? Are you using any heuristic or based on historical data? Because these projections are function of what data you are using, and at this point of time you do not have a choice of pension fund or kind of thing. So how you are projecting this?
So will you answer this or should I?
Yeah, so sir, we are basically taking the open government data sets that are open source. So we are using from there, like we have these the data from there. So we are using it from there to see the logics and how are the statistics from there. That is the OGD. Yeah.
So you are extrapolating the historical data.
I didn't hear the last part. Can you repeat it, Animesh, for me once?
Yeah, he asked that you are extrapolating the historical data or not.
we are talking about the extraction of data.
Extrapolation.
Extrapolation.
Okay,
Extrapolation.
never mind. Yeah, basically that right now.
Okay, fine. And second part, this is Android app, right?
Yeah, there is also an Android app and there is also a desktop app.
Desktop app, but it
Both.
is not on iOS.
We have plans for iOS also. Once we are into production, we'll launch for both Android and iOS.
And what tech you are using for your UI?
UI is in React.
React Native.
The web is React, and for Android right now it is React Native.
Okay. Okay. And what framework, mobile framework you are using for development?
For the mobile, right now for Android it is React Native. Yeah.
So React Native can work on iOS, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning. So now your app will be handling lot of personal and sensitive data, right? So what is your plan or thought on the overall cybersecurity posture improvement if it is being taken into their system?
Yeah. So for data protection, we will be using encrypted enclaves, basically hardware level encryption in a trusted execution environment. For example, there's Google's confidential VMs. So during transit, any kind of transit, the data remains encrypted and all the processing will happen inside that enclave, which we cannot, even the developers cannot manipulate. So that is how.
And sir, also we are, yes sir, and also we are trying to switch to the Yota cloud. That's the Indian cloud platform. So the data is even more secure and like it is like.
Okay, I am not asking specifically on where the storage happened. Basically, in the application, have you addressed any specific cybersecurity guidelines from certain, or what is the scope for enhancement?
Yeah, we will mostly try for the data to remain on the device. So data will remain on the device itself. So if data is not sent anywhere or transferred anywhere, it is basically secure.
Okay. Yeah.
We can use confidential clean rooms for that. So for specific one, like the data that we are providing of the users will be on the edge computation that you can say, like of the DigiYatra app, you can say, like those data are like that. Yeah.
So, couple of questions from my side. One, on the entire gamification point of view, you brought in the concept of experience point, but fundamentally, how that experience points will help the user to further increase engagement or any kind of monetization. What's the plan around? One is a concept like experience point, but what to do with that experience point?
So, will you or should I?
So sir, for the engagement point, we can try to bring more features. Like currently we have the quiz section that's going to keep them engaged for some time to learn them, and the XP section and the maintaining of this, like they have to enter every single day towards the app so that they can maintain their day one streak and like that. And in future we can also try to bring some more like games for them, so we can make it more interactive, and this is basically for their behavioral, you can say, like to keep them engaged, we have using the XP methods and all the levels that you are saying. Yeah, and there is also the leaderboard section. In this, they can see their competitors that they are doing. It's just like person to person who is using the app. So it basically depends on that, like who are being more engaged to the app. So they get a competitiveness that they have to get the first on the leaderboard. So we are trying to make that happen.
So fundamentally, you are saying this will be supported by the entire community, and then you create a platform, community, and then drive adoption through this engagement. That's the concept. And second question on the security point, when you, I think you responded that you are storing large amount of data on mobile device. Whether it's a safe practice or large part of it should not be residing on this particular mobile application. What's your thought on that? Because have you thought it deeply, like whether to place everything on the mobile device, because mobile devices are prone to certain kind of, it's a very movable device. Somebody can jailbreak this thing. A lot of things can happen on device. So is it a good idea to keep PI data on mobile?
Like I would like to comment here. So in locally on the phone is not in the sense that all of the data will be on the phone. Like for the moment which you need your data, that you will retain that data. Other historical or data of the masses, those will be stored in confidential clean rooms. As I said, it is basically an encrypted tunnel, so it cannot be altered in between. Even we cannot.
Okay. And any third-party infrastructure you are leveraging this application? Any third-party service? Public service?
Third-party services.
I was not being able to hear the last part. Can you repeat that for me, Animesh?
Have you used what third-party services have you used?
We will use the hybrid model, sir. Like it can be on the cloud, so you can say that, and we can also make it computer friendly. Like they can use it for the like suppose if a person is trying to log in through their laptop, so they can laptop through that, and also the phone, so we can manage that.
No, my question was something different. Actually, you categorize in four plans, like the aggressive growth and all. So my question was like entirely you have developed that algorithm natively, you are using it, or you are using any third-party services to compute that information. So that was the question.
So no, like sir, we are not going to the third party. We are just trying to keep it to ourselves, and like inside the confidential clean rooms that I have mentioned that we have done. So yeah, we are not going to the third party. Yeah,
And
we are keeping it to the.
any idea on disclosing that? Because most of these algorithm, when we use these kind of things, people generally disclose that things, because sometimes it is a regulatory ask, like what's the method, so that it's transparent to the user. Any thought on that part?
Animesh, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so you asked if we have any plans of disclosing the algorithm which we are.
No, algorithm means there should be explanation, because aggressive growth, when you talk about, we understand because we have developed aggressive growth, but what it is for user, it should be clearly explainable to them so that they can understand.
It will be explainable to the extent that a normal user can understand, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Retirement for example,
Okay, sir.
person is saving not through NPS but through other means. So but NPS 0. He is not contributing anything and he is not an NPS customer. So what score he will get?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, we have plans of including other investments also, SIP insurance and all the other investment which people do. So yeah, right now it is only NPS.
So person who is not an NPS customer, then he will get 0 score, even though he is having other savings, right?
And currently, once this is into production, we will include other investments.
So that may not be correct also, right?
Huh? Sorry?
May not be correct also, right?
May not be correct.
So giving him 0 score, retirement score, since he is not an NPS customer.
So this, what I showed you, is just a basic prototype. All right. And in production, as I told you, other things will be included. So when it comes to when the users will be using it, they can enter other kinds of investment and they will not get 0 if they have some investments.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Please hand him a mic.
Any other questions, sir?
Like you guys have included the inflation rate. So what are the parameters for that inflation rate? And second question would be like for the what test cases you included in your model, and what are the border cases of that test case?
Sorry, second case, what did you mention?
Like you might have included the test cases for your model that you have tested your model on that. So what are the border cases of your test cases?
Okay, Dweep.
Can you repeat that for me, Animesh, once?
Yeah, first question. Can you ask the first question again?
It was on the inflation rate. What are the parameters you have calculated your inflation rate for the future?
So basically, for the inflation rate, if you take the current, like we are saying, like the current inflation rates that are there, we can take that, and the interest and the compounding also. We are trying to take the current rates that are being there and that are being provided on the OGD database. That's the open source for the government. So from there we have taken it, and like yeah. So for that we are using that. And it is also adjusted for the inflation also, like as you saw in the last part. So yeah.
And the second question?
Yeah, and the second?
It was like for the test cases. On your model,
Yeah,
you might have done the test. So what are the border cases?
Border cases for the test case.
So yeah, we have we have not yet taken the user data like currently. So for this particular kernel statement that we are using, we are just trying to make sure that the interest rates and all the other features that are being provided currently and those were mentioned in the problem one, we have solved that. And the border cases, Hanimesh, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, so since the data is not real, the border cases we have not considered right now. Sorry? Yeah, there is a streak system. So whenever you log in, you get +1 in that streak. So, like the data which you need at the moment, that will be local. And yeah, through cache, the in real time which you need at that time for calculation, for or if it is repetitive calculations, then of course caching local, and then other large amount of data is on cloud. Okay, thank you.
The last question on the user interface. So, would you like to improve it? Because from the gamification point of view, the user interface is kind of boring. So, anything on that? And how you
Yeah.
rate your user interface for the gamification problem statement?
So I like simple interfaces, but yeah, we are open to suggestions, of course. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, before we move on to the next team, I would like to call Mr. Shivanshu Mishra. Okay, so moving on to the next team, Mr. Shivam Raut for Pension Quest, a gamified NPS awareness and engagement platform for Young India.
We can start the prototype.
So, good morning everyone. We are team Pension Quest, and today we are going to present our model. As we know that India's young generation.
Introduce yourself, please.
Okay.
All the three.
Yes. So, good morning everyone. We are team Pension Quest, and my name is Satish Kumar Sharma, and he is Satyam Kumar Tiwari, or he is Shivam Raut, our team leader. So,
You are studying or?
yes, sir. We are second year student. Sir, I am from CSJMU Kanpur University, and he is also from CSJMU Kanpur University, and he is from MIT Pune. Yes, sir. Yes. So, as we know that youth of India, basically from year 20 to 30 year, they thought that pension is basically for their dadas and nanas, and they not have much concern about this. So through our app, we just try to create awareness so they can be serious in their life and invest money in it. And so basically, we try to gamify the things which they learn from lots of PDF and all these things. And so imagine if you learn things by playing games. So in this, you just not earn digital coins for this. You save your hard-earned money. So this is our digital avatar, which is known as Pension Quest. So I like to show the demo, please. Prototype. So here we introduce many things. So if you save more money in it, here it's your future self. It's look like healthy and smiling. Uh, and if you waste your money and spend less, it looks like crying or being worried. We introduce this feature, and we also introduce lots of quizzes through which you earn position in leaderboards and badges also, so that others also see you and got encouraged to save their money in pension funds. And so now it's over to Shivam, please.
So So you can see here the what you can attempt any quiz. So in this quiz, this can I speak without me? Okay, sir. Okay, you can see the prototype here. This is a gamification form. The what we did, we create a different quizzes based on different performance. You can see the stages of what the NPS, the tier one account, the minimum contribution, the age limit. The VR break down things in the smaller modules and how people need to understand. We build a multi-language model. This is available in Hindi also, in English also. With the less amount of time we build this, so the two language we can cover, but with the help of LLMs we can cover, with the government provided data we can cover the multiple languages as many as possible. So there is a different gamification themes we try to cover in this. So what is here is the gamification, and the person can take a feel of playing a real game. So the pop-ups is happening. Also if timers, they get the, this is a challenging thing. If you not get this in time, so the wrong answer can say this. Also this is a based on if you want, then AI hints are available. So with the help of AI, the people can attempt the quiz easily. The most we crack this is the backend algorithm, what we can try, and user interface and the market research. So first what we I want to explain before the entire prototype what we understand entirely. So there is a three condition: Gen Z mindset, new economy, and why existing solutions are failing. So instant gamification, reward must be immediate. If you not giving the reward immediate, the people not be written on the platform. The gamification native, the streaks badges are the like people from people get the instant gamification validation. The people need social validation. People need mobile first. Primary mobile is a primary computing device for everyone. And people, if this the complexity is too hard for people to for the UI perspective, the people leave the platform within the 3 minutes. We are trying to engage people as easy as possible with the simplest UI, and we are trying to that part of India, like a tier 2 tier 3 cities, the urban areas, the rural areas, and with the any even 14 years of any child can continue with this platform and try to understand the uh, what the pension actually is. uh, so this is a prototype. As the after you attempting dashboard gets changes, the things are updated in the dashboard. The journeys happen. They get the they are covering the journey from entire. They know how where from they started and where to go. The simulators is in the last page, as you say, we can track anything, the return of investment, the monthly expenses, the returns, and actual graph are changing. The cost of delay, instantly hits the what they are actually losing. The loss is on the visible on the site. So we build the one more feature is AI quiz with the multiple language feature. So our train LLM based on the government data set, the how much tax I can save.
So instead, the NPS with the save 2 lakhs of taxes annually with the under the which section we can save. That's also they are giving. Then also here is the we created a virtual wallet, so people can add their for salary detection menu all the sample and data gets added successfully. The engaging pop-ups, leaderboards. This is the entire leaderboard. The streaks, the earning points are here. Then in their city, where they are standing their position. We are trying to this is the all batches they cover. We try to make as gamification as possible. So people need to people are engaged with the platform as many time. So there is no concern for actual money or actual profile there. Our simplest in scope is to get people the test of what is pension scheme actually. If you they get know how what is actual pension scheme, they their future self after 5 6 years or after they are start earning, they move to actual pension scheme regulatories and all that stuff. So we start so here is a pitch deck. So as you know, the second is a new economy. The 9 to 5 employees, they are deciding very their decision are too fast. Then gig workers, multiple gig workers. Then variable income, people don't have the irregular income. They are the people thinks if they have a irregular income, they can invest in a pension. This is the most concern in the India. Then why this is a solution? CRA portal is available, but engagement is very low. Then generics are available, but no NPS native app, no emotional hooks are there. English only. The most of India can't speak English fluently. They don't know English. The regional language is multilingual language is a must feature. The people desktop heavy apps and mobile youth wants the mobile application, but in the rural area people don't have access of great devices. So we try mostly on the website purpose with the low downloads. The people can get a taste of what is NPS is. The problem is not awareness, the problem is the engagement. So what we are trying to build the 6 language 6 core feature, and what we are trying to cover the problem statement 2 entirely. So mobile first approach, AI powered approach, behavior engineering, and multi-language approach. Then what platform accessibility bit for the global India, any device, any configuration run on any device from 5000 to Android to flagship. The progressive web app, no heavy downloads required, optimized low level bandwidth environment, works on 2G 3G network in the rural area, not hardware specific, not hardware specific, reaches every corner of the Bharat. No language barrier, zero entry, 6 languages like Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Telugu, Bengali, Marathi, English. Then no need of domain expertise. Then the rural area 0 platform. Urban area we are covering urban area, rural areas with the low bandwidth. Then what we are actually covering the reward system, progressive tracking, simulation, leaderboard, educational contest, mobile first design, achieving the batches 30 unique NPS milestone we covered in our prototype. The financial challenges quizzes, and after the some time we are trying to build the feature like a customized quizzes, because every different age group people from different educational background, people with the different in living different areas in the city. So we can't give them same questions, same quizzes for every time. After their past behavior, we need to build the system, AI based system for their new attention and new personalized quizzes for them. The type of question they are attempting, the knowledge they get, the system on that. So this is the user persona. We created different user persona. What the people are. This is the real India. The like Riya Sharma, the urban first jobber, the Ramesh Kumar, the gig workers, the Ananya, the youngest professional, and the final year student who started their journey with the freelancing. So we need to understand the India first before the creating any product for the India. Then user journey, here are the user journey, but I explain the prototypes. You know how the user can interact with the system. The core features, daily running quizzes, they get the streaks, the retirement avatar, they are getting early alerts, the how retirement avatar get benefits, what the losses of their AI pension coach, how with the through AI, they are getting benefits with the different kinds of LLM and algorithm. We are trying to be retirement simulator. Also with the different parameters, all total transparent. Leaderboards for getting a social validation, friend circle with the different age group and batches and achievements. Then okay, the gamification framework what we use, we loss aggregation, social proof, variable reward, then commitment of consistency by streak, the progress principle, the implementation intention, then psychology. We study psychology of India first, the progress, the daily streak system, AI avatar, leaderboard, visually personalized things, the visual first design, the 3-minute onboarding. We of the first 3 minutes are the most important thing, where we need to retain the user. If they lost their interest, they never come to platform again. The competitive positioning, the purpose of build for AI, NPS, the AI personalization, full stack diverse. We have a full stack diversity, multi-language first design, behavior science design, mobile first for Bharat, and scalable architecture. This is our technical architecture for the mobile application. We are using React Native for iOS and Android system. Mostly we are focused on web part. So for web we are using React.js and the framework of React.js, Next.js, Tailwind. For backend, we are majorly we deal with the Python language, the fast API, REST API, other AI tools are already mentioned here. So in the last conversation, as you say, the data privacy and security concern. So we already deal with that. The data mitigation, only age, income range, and contribution amount. No PAN or other need to be stored. This is a gamification. We no need to track their personal details or financial details. Encryption, TLS 1.3, all API communication. Right to delete. The user want to delete, they can delete their account with all their details. Within the 72 hours, the data will be deleted. The AI disclaimers, if AI can hallucinate, we understand the AI can hallucinate, AI can give the wrong answers. So we are providing disclaimers. Every answer is not correct, but we are providing the accuracy score, the how much AI can be correct. The explicit consent for DPDP Act 2023, the complement consult screen at the registration. Encryption, AES 256 encryption we are using, or we are not using any third party application for selling data. So expected outcomes, the 80% of we are expecting that 80% of quiz completion rate, 30 to 40% of NPS resistance intent increase, and 15 to 20% of monthly contribution should be increased by the peoples, and we are trying to reach the 500 million multi-language reach potential. Alignment with the PFRDA goal, the 10 crore NPS subscription by 2030, financial literacy, increased contribution amount, youth NPS enrollment, unauthorized sector inclusion, digital data alignment, and the community benefits, young workers 18 to the years from 18 to 35, the potential, we recognize unrecognized worker, gig workers, students, Indian economy, employees, digital India, PFRD, and employees. We covered that all social and community aspects, and our go-to-market strategies in the phase 1 early stages. Campus ambassador program, which we are covering the 500 colleges, peer-to-peer leaderboard challenges. We are trying to get early 1 lakh users for testing our MVP, minimum viable product. So influence, we can't in this stage we can't ignore the influence and creators economy. If we tried the connect with the 50 financial influencers on the YouTube or any social media platform, we get our data as early as possible. That's so much easy to us to test our product in the easiest way. The second phase, institution reach, the CSR integration deploy pension quest as a corporate CSR initiative. The CSR is a big in India. The financial literacy, non-credit financial literacy as a non-credit part of curriculum. The Indian new education policy are trying to get new things in the curriculum. So this can be the part of curriculum with the non-credit activity. And the third phase, the employer dashboard, national deployment, and all other stuff. The risks and mitigations are daily streaks. If we build a complex system, low user retention, AI as I mentioned already, AI inaccurate financial guideline, data privacy and security breach, multi-language NLP inaccuracy, low youth adaptation despite gamification, and API access, retention, and gamification as well. And the sustainability roadmap and support ecosystem. So B2G partnership, on business to government partnership, corporate white labeling, CSR integration, and as we know we are the students, so but we have industry partners. I am from the MIT Pune. We have industry partners of multi-university group. So here is the information of a multi-university group. We have the mentor of Vijay Bhatkar sir, the multi-university group, where they are running a different government. They are involved in the different government policies, and they are running different government of projects. If we try to build this in the real world, so we are already collaboration with them, so we can bring in the real world also. So we have the things. So what we measure? This is a very short time period. We research a market very deeply. We try to build the gamification things. I know the visuals are broke. We are not achieve that level of trademarks, then all that stuff. But we clear with the idea and what we are building. That's from my side.
Yes. Sion explained all about our app of pension. In our country, major young people focus on the short-term goal and long-term financial. Even they ignored. So our pension app helps them to secure and understand and secure the life how he manage. So if he yearly use our app, then they secure and invest the right way in our life. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Shivam Rao. Any questions from the jury members?
Yeah, so I have 2-3 questions. So in your pitch, you mentioned about some slide on real India and psychology of India. So have you done some kind of survey? On what basis you made certain conclusions?
From my past experience, I work with the different type of NGOs in the Pune. So I know the people's on the ground reality was happening in the India. We as I work in NGOs as a part of NGO, the people from different part of India, then Pune, with the different financial backgrounds. So I know their story, know their parents' story, how they are parented, uh, how they are get parenting, then how their parented are educated, and the rural stuff, farmers, then gig workers. The really we know the 10%. We are from the all peoples are here are the top 10% of India, but still 90% of India is the left behind, and we need to catch that 90% of India for the entire national growth.
In another slide, there was a mention that current CRA portal is having zero engagement.
I said no, zero engagement in the sense of gamification and attention, not the number of the users. The engagement, the term engagement is the interest or gamification, not as in the number of users.
So, do you know the role of CRA in NPS architecture? Is it their role to create the gamification?
We not that study the real thing in the less amount of time. We try to build the as much thing as possible. We not study it. If we get the more time to understand, we like to understand the what is actually theory and the things are happening in the real world.
So my third and final question is, what kind of reference material or literature used for making this PowerPoint?
Reference material, we use the new education government policy, then the PFRDA's website, the pension scheme website, the pension scheme document, and we are not lying. I'm telling the truth. We studied the app called Duolingo. This successfully the successful startup on global language learning. We inspired by them, and we tried that case study and try to align
Hello?
pay into regulatory scheme. That's the real truth. We are not we are
Hello?
inspired by someone and create this.
Pandan Mishra? Hello?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello? Pandan Mishra, actually I am
Yes, ma'am.
Is Shivam presentation is finished? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it's a
Shivam presentation is finished?
Yes, ma'am. It's a question hour.
Okay. Shall we ask to join our industry partner also?
Ma'am, just give me a minute.
Hello. So Shivam, I think great presentation. I have a couple of questions. First question is, you claim that it's lightweight. What are the design principles which you have applied on your app design to make it lightweight and configurable?
Sir, as we know that most of the users are using web apps, so we try to make our app web only, so that anyone can use, even in the village also people can use this, because latest if they not have latest Android phone, even though they can use this app, and we not try to consume some space in their mobile phone for using this app, so we try to keep it in a web page only. And we tech stack we use React and React.js and Node.js for front end, and Tailwind CSS also we use.
My question is, do you think native app will be more performance oriented than web app?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
the native app will be having better performance than web-based app.
There can be the version issue and the compatibility issue with the hardware. There is no guarantee. We are building native app also, which we already told us, but we are trying to move with the web specific because in every India, every type of device must be catered by us. We are not.
Your design is responsive web design.
Yes.
Yes. How many browsers you have tested with? How many mobile browser you have tested with?
The four browser: Microsoft Edge, Brave, Opera, and Firefox.
And rendering was happening properly.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you have integrated with, you are having multilingual capabilities. What you are using for multilingual?
We are using the backend LLM. Currently, we are using the Open Routers API, the free of cost API available on the Open Router. The different we are used specifically the NVIDIA Nitron API for the language conversion.
Have you checked about Vasini? Did you try to use Vasini?
You know about the Varsity? Varsity is Zerodha.
Vasini.
We are not sure.
Okay. And you said that you have capability to understand AI accuracy. How much is how much percentage of answers are accurate? And you said that you will be showing that on your dashboard. How you are getting that data?
We are created one database of answers, correct answers, and the question is the backend database are just calculating the strings are matching.
Okay.
Strings are just matching or not, and they are providing the correct answer. That's the backend part.
Good morning. Yeah, it was a good presentation. I just wanted to know what is the strategy, especially now you are trying to create some awareness, right? So whether your system is having any provision for or metric which will be having some impact analysis so that PFRDA or any other entity can change their strategy. No, you are going for some kind of awareness. Okay, so PFRDA or any other organization, if they wanted to strategize their policy in improving so that any metric based on, basically I wanted to know whether any impact analysis with this application can be provided or not. And if not there, what can be the strategy?
Yes. Sir, we introduce here a cost delay part here. In this red section, you see if a user delay 1 year from the present user which are using this app, so they lost their.
No, I am not asking on that angle. Based on your app, see some inquiries or some onboarding process may have initiated and all, right? What is the impact created by your application so that accordingly they can replicate to the multiple platforms?
We are just using email sign-up. We are not collecting any phone number. We are not collecting any other details. The people are scared to share their personal details with any third-party app. We try to make as easy as possible to get on the app and get the taste of what is the actual PF scheme is. If for the entire India needs to know what is pension scheme is, so the entry barrier must be as simplest as possible, the starting funnel. Then after the gamification, we can introduce with the new terms, how they can log in, how the different platforms are provided by government, what kind of documents, what kind of things are need to understand. At the entire learning perspective, the things not that this should be as simple as possible to know there what is the pension scheme is.
Okay. In your architecture, you have mentioned that the application is penetration tested, right? In your architecture, you have mentioned, right? So, what kind of security testing you have carried out?
The testing of different browsers, then so we not deployed, so not we tested the number of users on the different browsers with the different different false positive data, then true positive data, and we are trying to build connected with the different networks, and things are working very well right now.
It was a tool-based approach or some manual approach?
Tool-based approach.
Tool-based. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Couple of questions from my side. On first thing, because you used large language model to very large extent. Another side, we are claiming that the entire thing is like data protection, data security, and everything. So how you have ensured? Because you have mentioned in your slide you are using OpenAI also, and you are using Google Gemini also. Both the models. So fundamentally, why there is a need to use two models in first place? The second point, like how you are ensuring that data security, privacy, when you are using this open public infrastructure.
We are dealing with the minimum amount of personalized data. So that data not harmful for, we are not using that data for harmful purposes. So data privacy is concerned because data have a minimum value what we are containing that data.
Also, fundamentally, it's a very basic question. Somebody typed his PAN number in by mistake. Also, he has typed the PAN number in the prompt or the option where you have given. How this particular thing is handled? And by mistake, also I can type certain things. Like personal, I'm not aware. I'm typing something.
So we not think that that much about it, but if we think, so what we can do?
Because fundamentally, whatever you put there, any form of information about a person, it will be consumed by those models. Those models will consume whatever you are putting as a person to build long-term memory, short-term memory. They use this information. So how this will be protected? Because fundamentally, the platform is providing the user data to the open source model.
We can implement, as we mentioned, we can implement encryption model, AES encryption model. So data can be encrypted and decrypted with our symmetric or asymmetric key.
There are two options. One fundamentally is data in transit is encryption using TLS. You have mentioned TLS 1.3 you are using. The point here is I'm talking when the data is given to the model, then what about that? Because transit part is encrypted, but if I'm consuming that information, what I will do with that information, that is not up to anybody as a program developer or platform user. The model may decide to use that information in whatever form they want.
Rather than connecting with the global leaders or global platforms, we can try to we can build our own LLM with the government approval. If the government servers are available, we can train LLM model there, and the data within the government database. We are not dealing with any. In that case, we are not dealing with any global models. We use our own model within the government, but
Right, because a lot of government infrastructure is available today. Have you tried exploring that?
We are build as much as possible within the time frame of 1 month. So we are sharing the true facts. We are built within 1 month. We are not building from the multiple years, and as this is we build with along with our part of curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
We take the data from the economic side. Old papers are available. How many people are not enrolled on the PF platform, the unorganized market, and we mainly understand the gig workers and the high school students are learning in the India. The number of high school students have at least started their initial income, and the gig workers and the PF.
So my question is, from where
the source of that particular data point? And another data point which you mentioned is 8% of the youth save in NPS. These two data points, where did you get this? Target by 2030, then other data point is 8% of the youth save in NPS. So,
any person in the age of starting from age of 18 to 35 is the definition of youth for me. Just clear that, and we have a less time to less time for compiling and research understanding. So we use LLM model. So we give them open access of entire.
No. What is the source of these two data points?
So that time
To LLM.
we give open access of our browsers and on an internet to LLM, and we scrap the data and we try to get the details available on the internet. So this is a by using the
internet you are getting 8% of the youth.
8% by the web scraping.
These two data. So you use LLM. I want that real source, primary source of this.
Okay, I can show the real source with the which
yeah,
LLM
you
we
can
use.
show me. I will be here only.
Okay,
So
I
these
can show
two
you.
data, where did you get them?
Yes, I can show you.
Can I? I have a non-technical question. You have mentioned several times that you are aware of how the rural and the gig workers would behave, when they have to enroll into NPS. So, and we are using gamification over here. So, have you studied any data which shows that using gamification, this cohort, particularly the gig worker and the rural sector, how much they have invested, and not in terms of amount, but what is their behavior? What has been the impact? Are they actually using it? At one point, you also mentioned that they may not be using very high-end phones, and and they would be using the lower band connectivity as well. So, uh, do you have any data or any, have you gone through any study which has shown that it has had an impact in the
We have data resources. After this presentation, I can share that data resources to you. The entire data documentation, the water sources we scrap and details we get.
Okay. Now, second question. Sir was asking about impact analysis. So while you maintain that there is no storage of PAN cards and the personal data, however, the behavior, when people study, the behavior can be stored somewhere because that is how the impact analysis will come. PFRDA as an institution would want to keep changing its strategies as to what is working. What is working today may not work tomorrow. Or what we are thinking that the youth is, they will be amenable to this, they may not be tomorrow, or they may not be actually. So, is there anything that will store this behavior, as to what they are interested in?
There is a concept called sentiment analysis. This mainly used by the large organizations. We purchase from Amazon, Flipkart, and
will that be available?
Yes, that available. That easy to build. We can build the system, and we already work with the different project with the sentimental analysis. We can create a graph using sentimental analysis and get the intel in details of which rural area actually what kind of sentiments the smartphones and with the if with the use of cookies we can easy to understand which devices are people using, the which area are they are in. So that's the permission part.
Sure. I have one last question. How much GenAI you have used for development of the web app itself? Or you have done yourself, or have you done augmented development with GenAI?
Firstly, we create a mock-up using Figma.
And Figma for creating mock-up, did you use GenAI or like Lovable or something?
The easiest interface we designed by ourselves. The features we have by ourselves. Then we connected different MCP models with the.
Which MCP model we use?
We connect Figma MCP to Cloud Code,
and try to bring their solution in the real interface. And the backend API we connected to the using MCP only. The most of most of people are here. They know how to build using the vibe coding. And the real thing is the cursor AI provides the supervised database. No one tell you on this stage. No one tells you they use the vibe coding to solve this tool. But we are honest.
No, that's a good thing. I'm not questioning, that's a bad thing. It's augmented development, but see, design, architecture, even user experience can be your input to the AI, and augmented development you can use. My question was, how much percentage did you do everything with AI, or you applied your design principles and then
we connected with our some seniors and the industry persons, how they can we get the insight from them. So for 30 40 almost 45% is done by our side, and with the help of our 45% of insight, we build the remaining 55% of part.
Okay, thank you.
So I have two quick questions. So first one is you talked about those instant rewards. So are you guys planning to convert those instant rewards into cash and maybe then credit it into their interest account? And the second question is, once we've secured customer engagement, I think there should be some landing pages to the PFRDA websites and NPS websites so that the people are aware of, this is what the product is and this is how we can onboard. Yeah, this.
Yeah, it's we are providing the rewards just for their motivation, because we are totally done doing a awareness type app. We are not dealing with the real money in this. So first thing, and second thing, yeah, we are working on the landing page also, because it's just a prototype model, and so we show this thing on.
And when we are considering the reward in the form of cash, we need to select the reward in the form of cash. We are going the whatever we started. We need to collect their bank details, we collect their authority details, we collect their Aadhaar card details, the proof of their existence, and the entry barrier. We check with the entry barrier, and money goes from the government pocket, not from our pocket. So we are not considering that.
Thank you for the presentation, Shivam Rao. Next presentation is from Garvit Joshi and Lakshit Joshi. Future You, making NPS emotional, visible, and rewarding for India's youth.
Can you help us out?
Yes.
Hello. Please do let me know if I'm being too loud or too quiet. Okay, so my name is Garvit Joshi. I am a fourth year student from VIT Vellore, and I'm here with Lakshit Joshi. We are a team of 4 people, but unfortunately 2 of our team members fell sick, so only 2 could come. We are presenting Future You. So I would like Lakshit to introduce himself before we continue.
Hello everybody, my name is Lakshit Joshi. I am a 2025 BTech graduate. Currently, I'm working as a software engineer at a company in Gurgaon. And I was introduced to this hackathon by my brother only. And we hope that you like our solution.
Okay, I hope the judges and organizers and everybody is having a pleasant day. I'll start our pitch now. So basically, the problem we're trying to address is that whether you like to admit it or not, themes like NPS tend to be boring, especially when you talk about government programs. If I ask you to imagine a government website, you'll probably imagine the same default website with the turn-on translation and ease of accessibility. Now that has its design merits. It's meant to be accessible to all. But youth needs something that's more interesting. That's where we come in. So I know this looks very generic, but this is not our solution. So if Lakshit could just move to our solution, this is our solution. Basically, instead of giving you a 2-page form or a 3-page form that you just have to fill, we'll take you on a story, a visual novel with your future self. And when I say your future self, I mean you. So Lakshit is going to upload a picture of himself as he is right now. He's 23. And what we'll do is we'll generate what he would look like when he's say 60. And then he'll have a conversation with himself. So Lakshit, if you could guide us through this process.
Yeah, after uploading my image, I also have an option to record myself. So what our platform will do, this will take this small recording and it'll try to clone our voice and try to imitate how I'll sound when we are older. So here, if I could just record myself. Hello, my name is Lakshit Joshi and I'm 22 years old. I'm talking to my future self. We could just upload our voice and it'll generate the next part of our solution. It takes a little while.
Basically, it's not a generic solution. We are tailoring it to you to make sure it feels personal. That's what we're doing. Because what's better than taking financial advice from your future self? It's just one more way to be more Atmanirbhar. Okay, so it's ready. So now let's go through the journey.
Lakshit Joshi, you actually came. I've been trying to reach you for years. You never pick up.
Now,
but here you are.
Before we move on, I would like Lakshit to stand next to his future self. I think you all can see that the similarity is uncanny, and that's because this is what we imagine he would look like 60 years from now. You might be different, other people might be different.
I hope I look better than this, but
everybody does. But our goal here is to make it interesting so that when you see this, you think, I should move on to the next page. Maybe I should give this NPS thing a try, because that's our problem statement. Make the onboarding fun. So Lakshit, you now continue.
Quick question before we talk. What do you think NPS stands for? And before you say Net Promoter Score, wrong N.
So one thing that we would like to make very clear, this isn't just a story. This is a form. You are filling data that you would use. However, we are not giving you the same boring form. We are giving you a form that is a story. So by the time you're done with this story, the form is already filled. You don't need to sit for 3 hours or like 30 minutes filling out your details. These are your details.
Fair enough. It's the National Pension System, a government-backed fund where your money compounds for decades. The boring sounding thing that changes everything. So where are you with NPS right now? Be honest. I literally am you. I know if you're lying.
So Lakshit, how much do you know about NPS? Well, he's heard of it.
Okay, so here's the thing. Every 2,000 you put in today becomes roughly 50,000 by the time you're 60. That's not a typo. That's just compound interest being quietly incredible over 38 years. Here's the part nobody tells you. NPS gives you a separate 50,000 tax deduction under Section 80 CCD 1B on top of the 1.5 lakh ATC limit. Most people don't use it and just donate that money to the government for free every year. What's your monthly take home? Roughly. I need to tell you how much you're actually giving up. Even at your current income, that extra deduction puts real money back in your pocket annually. And that's before the compounding kicks in over the decades. Okay, I need one way to reach you so I can send you your personalized NPS plan and stop haunting you like this. What's your email? a password for your dashboard, something you'll actually remember. Not password 123. I know what you're thinking. "38 years, Lakshit Joshi, that's what we have. Your dashboard is ready. It shows exactly where you stand and what to do next. Go. I'll be fine. I always am."
Now we come to the dashboard. The dashboard, if I'm being honest, is in the center of this project. We are dealing with onboarding. And if I'm being honest, I am from CSE field and my brother is also from CSE field. We are not financial experts. And so you might think of these numbers and ask yourself, what does this mean? What does the NPS readiness score mean? Like, what are the parameters we are taking? How do we say that you have a score of 450? And we're not giving you any like out of 1,000. So what does 450 even mean? 450 out of 450, 450 out of 500? It's meaningless. But what we're trying to show you is this is how younger people would see the dashboard. What these numbers mean is arbitrary math. We could change that, but that does not change how much people take interest into NPS. Our job is not to make sure NPS is accurate. Our job is to make it appealing. And that's what we're focusing. But we'll still give you a rough tour of the dashboard since we made it for the hackathon. So these are projected corpus allocations. This is all arbitrary math. So I'm just coming out and saying it in the open. And then we'll move to two of these features that we genuinely implemented. And then moving down, these are just NPS benefits. This is a section that we added. This will basically, as you might have seen, we took information about your income, your email, your password in the story itself. So what we'll do is we'll look at existing NPS schemes, we'll see which ones you qualify for, and we'll just show them to you here. So now we move on to the games and learning section. What is the XP system? Basically, every time you finish tasks, not even tasks, when you play games, you get rewarded. So for example, all of you must have heard of the game 2 Truths, 1 Lie. It's a game where you're given 3 statements, one of which is false and 2 of which are true. So we have our own version of the game, but all of these will be related to NPS. So for example, there are 3 statements here and a timer. You have to select which statement you think is correct or wrong, and it will tell you whether you got it right or not. If you got it right, you get XP, and if you don't get it right, well, you get nothing. And moving on. Yeah, this is just a rough estimation of how this is. I hope everybody understands. We can move on to the next game, which is NPS crossword. This is kind of inspired by the, if you've read, like when I was a kid, I used to read Times of India a lot, and they have a section where they give crosswords. And it's very interesting. I think it's not every day, every weekend, but it's very fun to play. And this is that. This is based, so first across, permanent requirement, retirement account number issues to every NPS subscriber. What is it called? So first across, that is the PRAN number. We all know that. So now you can check, and this is correct. Similarly, there are a lot of facts about NPS. This will be refreshed. So maybe on a weekly basis or maybe on a daily basis, you can play these games over and over again and gain XP. And then there is the basic quiz. The quiz is also a way to farm XP. Now, one of the questions that's probably on your mind, what's the importance of XP? Like, if I'm giving you imaginary points, then they have to be redeemable somewhere. That's where the 3D avatar part comes in. Basically, we'll switch to a different laptop for now to show you what we're planning. If you could just excuse us a second. Okay. Does this face look familiar? This is 60-year-old Lakshit, but he has been moved from the 2D plane to the 3D plane. This is an actual 3D model that was created using a picture of Lakshit's face. So now, where do the XP come in? Where can you use it? Well, Lakshit, can you show us where we can use the XP? We can make it to create cooler Lakshit, which is basically Lakshit with sunglasses. So where did these sunglasses come from? These come from the XP you earn. The more games you play, the more XP you get, and the more items you unlock. So for example, maybe Lakshit played the crossword. He got all the answers right, and he unlocks sunglasses. So now his 3D avatar will have sunglasses. And it's not just for him. If Lakshit is on my friends list, then I can also see him having these sunglasses. A lot of you might have heard of the app Snapchat. It's extremely popular among younger generations. This is derivative of that. So basically, you have a digital avatar of yourself that you can customize. But in order to customize it, you have to interact with the NPS app. Another subliminal parallel that we want to draw, the more you interact with NPS app, the more items your future self has, which is similar to how if you interact with NPS more, your actual future self will have more items because of financial security that you're building with NPS. So that is the message that we're trying to draw into people. So I think we can switch back to our app now. We just wanted to switch it to show you the 3D models and show you what is the purpose of these XP points. It's to get items. Because the younger generation basically grows up with mobile phones, so they pay a lot of attention to their digital avatars. Okay, so now we'll move on to the chatbot, which is, who is the chatbot? It's you. This familiar face is back on the screen. Now, what we're doing is we have an integrated LLM that can talk to you in your own voice, and you can talk to it about anything. Now, we have made it to talk about NPS, but if you wanted, you could talk to it about other topics as well. So if Lakshit could just give us an example, that would be amazing. I think there's some problem with the voice, but it basically replied. So it takes a while sometimes. Sometimes the voice may not work because you're contacting the future. So, maybe in the future, their connection problems are a bit more severe than ours. So, timeline problems. But basically, the future self said, it's been a while. I'm your future self, by the way, 60 years old, and I'm here to tell you some things I wish someone had told me when I was your age. You're 22 now. I know you're just starting out. I did this, and I'm here to guide you through it. The whole point of the meeting your future self gimmick is to make it more personal. Our problem statement was making NPS more emotional, which is why meeting your future self, more fun, which is via XP farming, and more personal to the young Indians of India. Young Indians of India, obviously. So this is our plan. Take NPS, remove the boring old form system because we clearly know that the youth of India wants something more interesting, more visually thrilling. Replace that with a visual novel. Once they're done with the visual novel, they won't even know that they have already signed up for NPS. I mean, we will reveal it, so it's legal, but they won't know that they have signed for NPS. And once they're at the NPS dashboard, they can interact with all of our features. And if they genuinely feel like this is something they want to do, that maybe they want to customize their avatar, find new dresses, suits, show off to their friends, then they can interact with the NPS app. And they won't even realize that in the process, they are building a financially secure future for themselves. So that is our idea with Future You.
One main thing which I felt Garvit didn't mention, which I personally felt attracted to this platform, was that when my future self would have a cap as well as sunglasses, while Garvit wouldn't, it would really make me feel better. Okay, continue.
Yeah, sure. It's digital competitiveness for the modern age. So this is our app. This is our idea. Everything else that you see is replaceable. What we want to convey with our presentation, we don't have a pitch deck. We just have our app. Because what we want to say is apps are replaceable, pitch decks are replaceable, ideas are not. Hackathons are about ideas, and we wanted to give our best foot forward with our best idea. I hope you guys liked our pitching, our presentation, and our absence of a pitch deck didn't bother anyone. And now, if anybody, the judges, the esteemed judges, the organizers, anybody has any questions, we would be more than happy to entertain them.
Good, that's really very good. And the current version is talking to future version of oneself. So in the gamification, basically you have picked questions about NPS as a product, but why not that gamification about the need for retirement or need for retirement savings?
Yeah.
So why you restrict to only creating awareness about NPS product as a product? See, NPS is a tool to save for retirement. Okay, so you can answer.
Okay.
Then I will-
So the first reason why we picked these questions in particular is because I think the thing with modern youth is you cannot convince them about things. Like you could sit with a 24-year-old, and if his current priority in life is to do a certain task, he will do that task. Now we do have to raise awareness about pension. So maybe we could change these questions. That's the whole point. This is flexible. These questions will be different every month. So what we could do is have a journey plan. When you first log into the app, easier questions. What is NPS? When was it started? Why should you have a pension? Or maybe even personal questions. Why do you want to have a secure future? What do you want? Do you want a pension based system for your future, or do you want to just go by savings and investments? Do you want to go into stock market, or do you want to invest into the NPS system? We could tell them why NPS is implemented by the government, who it protects, who it secures. And then as they progress, as they unlock sunglasses and hats and shit, and the more they get, the more they get, sorry, the more advanced they get, the more complex these questions get. So definitely, these questions are replaceable. Please do not think that these are hard-coded questions. This is extremely flexible. We have
flexible, but the reason for choosing them.
Any
my precise question. It's very flexible. The questions can be changed, but the reason for you to choose only product-related questions.
Oh, the reason we chose only product related questions is because when you use something every single day and it is related to something, it indirectly implants that idea into your head. So for example, you come to an engineering college every day. Even if you're not from a specifically engineering field, you interact with engineers every day, and that develops your mind frame. So if you're interacting with engineers every day, you will naturally see problems from an engineer's point of view. You might see a problem and you might think, oh, I know how to solve this. Or maybe you come up with a solution. So our idea is, if you interact with this app every day for maybe XP farming, for whatever reason, subconsciously you will think about NPS. And maybe even not right now, maybe not at 24, maybe at 26, 27. Sometime when you think about your future, you will automatically think, oh, I did this thing with NPS once. Maybe I should check it out. So that's our goal here, to implant it into your head, basically.
So, next question to your brother. So, are you an NPS subscriber?
Sorry, sir.
Are you an NPS subscriber?
Currently not, because I wasn't even familiar with the scheme. I only got to know it through the hackathon.
So
but
even after seeing your own
yeah,
app?
so after building it, I'm pretty sure I'll start with it.
Okay. So then, in most of the places, I could see that you are trying to project the tax benefits provided under NPS.
Yes.
But do you think that still the tax benefits are relevant in the country? Because the 1 or 2 years back, you know, the government has
Yeah, so
made
the thing,
there is no tax till your earning is up to 12 lakhs per annum.
Yeah, so
or more than that if
yes,
you
yes.
include standard deduction.
Yeah,
So whether the tax benefits are still relevant for making one to become an investor under NPS?
I think our main focus initially, when we actually changed our story a little bit, the onboarding story. Initially, we had a little more focus towards tax benefits, but as we get to know a little bit more through what the schemes were and how we would save money, I think we had a little bit of a stray away from the benefit sections, but we did keep it here. But this isn't some cemented solid work.
My final question to you. So there I could see some of this. It's a very lighter. Take it. This question is in the lighter sense.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't.
This question, no, take it in a very lighter sense.
Yeah, sure.
So in your background of your future, could see some skyscrapers.
Yeah.
So these are all Gurgaon skyscrapers.
Which sir? Oh, I hope so. I hope Gurgaon looks like that one day, but.
Good presentation. And overall, I think you know, only one thing I was thinking when you were doing this presentation, it can be a metaverse idea.
Yeah.
You can move this to metaverse,
Yeah.
and that may, but obviously it has you know, AR VR related complexity. I'm not going on technical aspect. Probably that is the last thing. But when you are using AI, are you using AI for your chatbot and all? Okay. So which model you are using for generating images and all?
So basically for images, currently we were using Gemini's Nano Banana, and for the responses, we are using Llama 3.1. So that is an open source model. For image generation, we were thinking initially to have an in-house model, but we didn't have that much architectural capability, so we had to move further.
So think through about auditability, explainability of these models when you are doing, because it can lead to certain complications.
Yes.
And you are envisaging this as an app or web app?
This is
More
a
native app.
web app.
Web app.
Yeah.
Okay. And this you want to use as a plugin to any existing NPS app or standalone?
Yeah, so that's one thing. What we were thinking was our main goal was to make onboarding more personal while also putting in certain aspects of that, because our entirety of app, we didn't put much focus on these all artifacts which you're seeing on your screen. Our main focus was to create that personalized experience, and that experience I feel like we can put into even the current NPS website as well.
In fact, I'm really sorry. In fact, one of the ideas that we were considering, we could not do it right now, is because the existing NPS government website is much more articulate about itself because it was made by professionals who understand NPS. So what the real world deployment prototype would be, it would be a website with onboarding like this, content decided by professionals who have worked with NPS before, because we are software developers. We are trying to make the onboarding more fun, but we would have to collaborate with industry professionals who have a lot of experience in NPS for maybe writing the script to make sure it's accurate, or maybe selecting the questions as sir mentioned. So that is our plan.
So probably a microsite to main website or onboarding place. Okay.
Yeah, good morning. That's a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But I'm just not talking or asking about anything on more technical aspect, but I am just wondering whether your app, how you will be able to cater to persons having some disabilities and all. Have you looked on that perspective?
So for that, we do think that we can later on add basically digital avatars. So they don't actually have to have their older selves created. If they choose to, they could have some digital avatars, basically celebrities, which NPS could collaborate with. For example, if they have a collaboration with Amitabh Bachchan, and I feel like Amitabh Bachchan could be my digital avatar, I can choose Amitabh Bachchan as my digital avatar.
Yeah, what I am suggesting is that actually Ministry of Electronics and IT has come up with accessibility standards, where you can think and adopt the guidelines which has been given, so that it will be whatever that persons with disabilities or something, those kind of people also can use your system in an attractive way or usability point of view. And what about multilingual support you have included?
For this prototype, we don't have multilingual support, and those are completely valid concerns. So we completely understand. A lot of people use NPS. Maybe someone is colorblind. Maybe someone cannot speak. So how are they going to use the voice feature? The simple answer, we can make these things optional. I think, as you already mentioned, that the government of India has some standards for government websites. We can implement those. For example, a magnifier for people who maybe are hard
Even
of
the
sight.
color scheme, whatever,
Color scheme,
everything,
yes, exactly.
font, everything will be, because this kind of awareness platforms will be more useful for different communities also, right?
Yes, sir.
And is there any possibility, or have you envisaged something like some community forum wherein based on these results can be collated, and how more valid input maybe we can give to PFRDA, so that they can also make some recommendations or identify some adoption strategies also?
Yes, sir. Actually, this question also came up in the second round, I believe. And this is an excellent question, because this brings up the question, what does the government gain from it? The government gains telemetry. So for example, not only will the government know how many people are using, they can find out how much time a person spends on the NPS website every day. So for example, this gets popular and I log in every day, I do the crossword and then I leave because I just want to do the crossword. I'm learning about NPS and that takes like 10 minutes. So we can log this data. We can log how many users are active, when most of the users are active, in what states when they are the most active. Everything we can log and we can share it with PFRDA and then they can use the data as needed.
Okay, and one final question, you are collecting some mail ID and other things, right? Where you have storing this kind of data which you are collecting?
Currently, the data is a very primitive MongoDB database, but I do understand your concerns. This is very sensitive data. Like, I wouldn't want my PAN number to be exposed or my Aadhaar number to be exposed. But rest assured, we will, when we actually implement this, we will follow all the industry standards for encryption and decentralization to make sure the data is as safe as possible. The reason why we did not implement a lot of these features is because they are industry standard. Like, encryption isn't something new. Our goal was to put as much innovation we could put into this app to make the onboarding process as fun as possible. When we actually make it for deployment, we'll be collaborating with people who are industry professionals. So they will also guide us and we can work together to implement all of these features.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Nice idea. But I thought like we started with the image and the text, but currently a lot of work already happened in the area where people are using virtual avatars, which can actually. So when the purpose is engagement and very, I'll say, different thinking, why you not figured out avatar kind of concept? Any limitation you faced? Because virtual avatar can come and it can add emotions, it can add lot of things to the voice, your own voice, and lot of things can happen there, and that will create a very different and personalized experience rather than placing an image and when we are putting certain text around it. So obviously when the journey, because right now it's a very basic journey, because and you say is onboarding platform, then obviously KYC and many other things will also come into the place. You have to think for integration. So as you keep on increasing text and window, as you have to actually add on the process, then why not differently like the virtual avatar, because that lot of people tried that particular thing, and
That is an excellent. I am not going to touch this now. That is an excellent idea, and we did experiment with it a bit. For example, one of the suggestions from one of our esteemed judges during the second round was AR VR, and we actually tried to implement that. The models that we showed you on screen, the 3D models, they are AR models. However, we had a very short time frame for this, and the problem with AR models is our initial idea was deepfakes plus AR meshing. So basically, right now, when you were going through the visual novel, you saw a picture of old Lakshit. Our original plan was to have a video of old Lakshit. It would be a normal video of a person speaking, and we would generate a deep fake of 60-year-old Lakshit. So it wouldn't be static images. It would be a literal video call with your future self, because that's what deepfakes do. For example, I could record myself saying these lines, saying the script, or a professional voice actor could. And then all we would need to do is take the image of you and poster it onto that recorded video. So it would feel like you are actually talking to your future self and not just seeing images. However, we had some time constraints, and also that technology kind of requires compute that we do not have. So that is one thing. And second, the AR VR point, VR will always be optional because you need headsets for that. As far as AR is concerned, we did implement AR. However, again, due to lack of resources on our half, we could not completely implement it. So for example, take the LLM right now, where the chatbot, where you talk to your future self. Our original idea is that you could hold up your phone and you could see your future self in AR. So it would be like your avatar is standing in front of you and then you could talk to him. And this is a very easily implementable technology. On the tech stack, from a technical point of view, this is a speech to text model, an AR model, and a text to speech model, or the voice cloning model that we already demonstrated. So the user would say something, we would transcribe it, send that to the server, get a response, and then your AR avatar would say that response. So it would feel extremely realistic, as if you were actually talking. And if you had a VR headset, and then that is a whole another story. It's extremely immersive.
So one important point while introducing technology and all, because it's a fundamentally as a kind of customer acquisition platform, and whatever platform and best of the platform available today who are in acquisition, they have a very limited percentage of conversion. Obviously, fundamentally, that's how it entire thing works. But fundamentally, have you thought anything on on the cost of acquisition? Like what will be the actual cost of, because we can use AI everywhere, but right from creating a model or putting it or using it large language models for chat purpose, though even corpus of NPS is very limited. So fundamentally, what will be the cost of acquisition? How you will make it? Because fundamentally, whatever idea it should the production and it should be used. So and when you come to the production, very first thing will hit is what is the economics. So have you thought of what will be the
Yes, sir. We did give some thought into it, and financial feasibility is important for any project. That is an excellent concern. So far, the 3D image model generation that we showed you, the service that we are using, it costs about $0.03 per avatar. So a user can only have one avatar because a user is unique. So you should have a unique avatar. So per avatar taking about $0.03, and the LLM that we are using is, I think it's
I'm not expecting answer, but a suggestion from my side.
Okay.
Fundamentally, when you see the cost, the latency of the platform is also important, and is the right trade-off between any of the model when you talk about latency vis-a-vis the cost and the security. So fundamentally, when you have to put it in production, obviously all these points you need to rethink. I think idea is good, but obviously these problems need to be solved.
100%, sir. That is, thank you, sir. Thank you for the advice.
Hi, interesting concept.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I have, as PFRDA, as of now, we are dealing with different personas: corporate, MSME, agri, pension sakhi, self-help groups. So while what you showed to us was one persona, maybe I'll call it corporate, or maybe Gen Z, urban Gen Z. Okay. Now, if a person at a tier 3 city has to see his avatar, so he will not want goggles and a hat, maybe goggles and a safa, maybe whatever. So is it customizable? How will the app recognize that? So that's my
Just to be sure, the question is the how will the app recognize different kinds of accessories that the users put on? And for this, I think we have a lot of ideas. See, when you go into the entertainment domain, the possibilities are endless. So for example, one idea that we had was for women, for like certain occasions, we could have dresses specific for that. So for Navratri, we could have lehengas for specifically Navratri based occasions. So we would have a Navratri event where we would maybe have a special game for that.
Just one sec. Now you cannot put all the women in one slot. Fine, Navratri is fine. It could be applicable in Gujarat.
Okay.
But a northeastern woman will not expect that.
Okay.
A lady from Kerala will not expect that. So unless you identify, people have different versions of their identifications, their avatars in future. So I'm not too sure. I mean, technically, I'm not that sound. Sorry. So how will it take care of
Oh,
that?
okay.
That was
So your question is, in a country as diverse as India, how do we
Absolutely.
accommodate everyone? Okay,
Absolutely.
for that.
Absolutely.
Extremely, we can basically collaborate with people. As Sir previously mentioned, we could have a community tab. So people from different communities can add their own submissions for the government. So for example, maybe you are from a small village and you want your community dress to also be available for taking in your region specifically. So we could have maybe like region specific dresses, religion specific dresses, or like the Navratri example I gave, that was festival specific dresses. So the possibilities are endless. The 3D model that we gave you, it's basically very generic. You can put anything on it. Different hair, different sunglasses, different glasses, different shoes, everything. It's very flexible.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If anyone would like to ask any questions, we would love to entertain them.
Hello. Okay. So my question is the audio cloning feature already there, or was it a pre-recorded thing that you presented?
It's working, right? Yeah. So it's working. But I think during so sorry about that. During the chat, wala, it a little malfunction. But during the first part, it did actually clone my voice. You can try it if you want to.
Yeah,
So
I would.
go ahead, go ahead.
So I would
Yeah, the
like
question.
to ask you one question, right? If we talk about today, most of the company try to do their onboarding as fast as they can because a user, if he spent more time on the onboarding, would like not to engage rather more on the dashboard. So in your case, the onboarding is too long, and for a new user to come there to spend a time more on onboarding, he will not like to. He would not like to spend time more on that. So how would you tackle that?
So for that, what currently you saw, what version of onboarding you saw, it was really preliminary, right? We didn't really put that much thought into the story, but as we truly develop it, we could make it a little interesting, have some factor of suspense to it, have some factor of entertainment to it, so it really feels like a story. So that is, I think, for feels like a form of entertainment rather than onboarding, and that is what our true goal is.
Also, I would like to clarify one thing. It is true that people prefer fast onboarding, but the assumption that people prefer fast onboarding is assuming they already have interest. If I tell you to register for this hackathon, you would want the form to be 5 fields because you already want to come to IIT Kanpur. You want to participate in this hackathon because a esteemed government agency is organizing it. IIT Kanpur is hosting it, and we have such a panel of amazing judges. So you would want to do it. But if you were talking about something that nobody knows, then your goal isn't fast onboarding, your goal is immersive onboarding because you want to grab their attention. We are assuming that our customers don't know about NPS. So if they see just a form, they'll think this is just another one of those government schemes. Why should we care? Our goal is to make sure they care about it. After that is done, we showed you the original screen. The login screen is just 2 fields. There's no gimmick for login. You can quickly log in because once you have already onboarded, you are already on the scheme. Yeah, please.
Hi. Previously, you mentioned something about analyzing what percentage of youth want to invest in NPS or whether or not they want to do it. So I want to know what kind of market research did you do before coming up with this problem set and if it needs to be solved? Like what was that market research strategy which you used to identify this section of people need this product that you've made?
Since this is not an open problem statement hackathon, I don't think market research was specifically needed. The problem statement was specified, so I am assuming that is the problem set. If this was an open hackathon where we came up with our own idea, then we would need market research to back up our solution. But the solution that we're providing is to a problem statement that already exists, so there is no market research behind this. We are assuming that if the government wants to gamify the onboarding process, then that is something that they have noticed is missing in the market.
Okay, hi. So I have this question, like what kind of database or methodology are you using to train this model? Can you please?
Which model? The voice model, the image model, or the LLM?
Firstly, tell me about the voice model.
Sure. So basically, it isn't something we trained. This is something we basically picked up right off it. And this, what it does is, you provide it your recorded audio in a way format, and it converts it. So this is a pre-trained model. We didn't have any putting in it in the sense of training it or basically fine tuning it to our own extent, because what our use case was, it was basically doing that in itself. We did do some post processing to the audio to make it sound like it was your older self. Other than that, the model itself we didn't touch much.
I think a lot of questions are relating to this key, how we got the models that we did, and I would like to explain it with an analogy. Think of it like cooking or baking a cake. We did not make the flour, we did not make the sugar. Those were ingredients that were already existing. We just combined them in a way that it is appetizing to eat, so that when the Indian youth looks at it, they feel, oh, I want a slice of that. I want to be a part of it. That's what we did. Because as far as we understood, that was our problem statement. And yes, if any other questions, I think she wanted to ask a question. Opening out. Okay. Thank you for allowing us to present our solution, and thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Lakshit and Garvit. Now we are moving on to the problem statement 3, which is retirement corpus and pension forecasting, for which we like to call Adrila Technologies Private Limited Pension Buddy, a gamified multilingual solution for personalized NPS engagement and literacy.
Good afternoon, esteemed jury and the audience out here. I'm Akbar Ali. I'm the co-founder of Adrila Technologies Private Limited. With me is Savan. He is he's the one who's built this along with the technical head of our company. We are basically incubated by IIM Lucknow, and we are based out of Mumbai. So we are presenting our solution for the problem statement 3, which basically we wanted to understand why this problem exists. So we figured out some of these stats based on which I think that PFRDA would have rolled out this problem statement. So I'll mention some of the stats. Like by 2050, there are in India, 1 in every 5 person is going to be a senior citizen. When I say senior citizen, it will be above 60 years of age. And 90% of our workforce is basically unorganized. So anything which is just in English won't work. And apart from that, till now, there are roughly 9.5 crore accounts, NPS accounts open in India, which roughly translates to around 15% penetration for the NPS accounts. So putting together all these stats and understanding things, we thought that the application should actually include everyone across our country. Whatever maximum languages we can use to present the application to the users, that will make sure that the broader spectrum of our population is covered. Apart from that, the jargons which are used in finance, even today people are not able to understand how inflation affects their corpus down the line. So we try to remove all those jargons and put in a very simple way. Even at a chatbot level, a person can ask any question, and the chatbot also does the calculation in the background and gives you the answers. Apart from that, we tried to build in a system where the bot is intelligent enough and has got a significant amount of memory, which can actually understand the profile of the user who is logged in, and whatever interactions he has done over the past since the account was created, that memory is stored inside the database to quickly recall by the chatbot and start the conversation, knowing that these were the earlier questions. So it also understands the profile of the user while he's interacting with the chatbot. So for example, if a person is interacting from a rural area, his questions would not be as polished as a person who's interacting from a metropolitan city. So all those things get into personalization of the application, making it simple for the user and creating a user base which is inclusive across the country. So I'll ask Savan to just demonstrate the whole application. So here the user can create an account by just simply putting in his username, email ID and the password. A basic profile question, date of birth to ascertain what age is the user currently having.
It's totally optional if we want to share our data with PFRDA and NPS ecosystem, and it's fine if we don't want to use this
So
data?
once we tomorrow integrate with the PFRDA's APIs, we get the exposure to the APIs, we can integrate with the PAN, and the whole profile gets updated based on the corpus that you have in the PAN.
So it's a dummy PRAN number, a PRAN account, but the mobile number is OTP will be triggered on my phone.
Here we are using Google Firebase for authentication. So this is a very essential step because any account which is not authenticated leads to data breach and data amalgamation with other users. So every user who is registered on our app has his authentication. Every time he logs in, he'll have to put in their mobile number, get an OTP, and then log in inside the system.
This is the dashboard. The data is completely mock data, which is an API away to get real data. We do have a chatbot, but it's not like, let's say I'm a Gujarati, so let me ask in Gujarati. It gave me a brief answer about NPS in Gujarati. Let's say I'm switching my language.
So in between the chat, the user has an option to switch from one language to another. It can also handle kind of English language also. If the user is typing something in English and something in Hindi, it can understand that.
This is a plan section. We can, let's say retirement is one of the most important goals that we see. Another is that, let's say personalized goal. Let's say I'm thinking that I'm going to marry, or my child education purpose, or my sister's marriage. We can add our goal, personalized goal, and how much amount or corpus do we have as of now, and what is the target amount and target date. So we can also track our goals. Also, we can download our report. That's the basic thing. Also,
so here's why we have given a target date, because see, as of now, also in the private sector, 60 is just a number. Even people who are crossing 50 they are being shown the door, not because they are redundant, but because the newer generations are being picked up and the older generations are being asked to leave. So that's why we have given an age where you can put in, customize it basis on your assessment. What age are you going to retire? It could be 50, it could be 55, it could be 60.
So this is a demo data, mock data set, as we have linked our PRAN account. Let's say I want to compare what are the other funds and what returns I can expect. So let's say I want to see what Kotak and Tata are providing me returns based on the schemes that we have. Or let's say I want to see what are the NAVs as of now. These are not the updated data. I updated the data last week because we can integrate this API easily. And the main objective of this problem statement was to simplify calculations and forecasting. So this calculators and simulators can be used by a person like you and me who have basic understanding of finance, or who can understand what is inflation is, what is interest rate are. Let's say normal person, or people of rural India, they just want to know, if I invest this much, how much amount will I get, or how much amount will I get when I will be retired.
So if you look at these mutual benefit companies, or these companies which take money from these people residing in tier 2, tier 3 cities, or even rural areas, they just say that you deposit 10 rupees a day and this is the amount you'll get at so and so date. That is the only math that these people understand. We have tried to figure out a way to just make it so easy that you just put in the amount of money that you want to invest, and it gives you the corpus what you will get after so and so time.
Also, we have tried to include taxation purpose. Let's say if I want to add myself in the new regime does not support it. Here, another main thing is that people might not get enough knowledge about how they can withdraw their money. let's say they started investing, but how they will use this money, or whether they can withdraw their money premature or at the age of retirement only. So we have also tried to simplify those calculations and instructions around it. Also a procedure that how you can withdraw, and if I ask AI assistant that for which purposes or how I can withdraw, so it will also give me answers. Also, we have included a vault. Let's say I have mutual fund investment as well. I am having gold, so I can place. It's totally optional. I can just add my details or upload documents, and it will directly show us in total net worth that my total corpus from the NPS as well as from my external investment. So we can have an overall and comprehensive view about my personal finance. So I don't need to use 3 or 4 different apps to just look at my net worth.
We are also working on a product feature wherein a user can actually upload his Form 16 or a payslip, and the system will automatically understand that whether he's contributing towards NPS or not. If not, then what should be the ideal amount of investment based on his income, and that becomes easier for him to decide on what should be the amount to invest.
So this is a simplified indie mode of the dashboard in simple language, what you will pay monthly, what you will get monthly, and what you will have at the age of 60.
So the idea is to make the user understand that this is a real fact. Down the line, you would be when you retire, you would be will not be having any pension kind of a thing which you earlier used to have. A generation before us, they used to have this pension by the central and the state governments. 2004, it got dropped. Then later on, all the pension schemes are gone. There's only one social security scheme, which is the EPF, which was existing. Now with the comparison with EPF, the NPS is standing out because it is giving you the exposure to the equity, and the returns on the equity side tilted towards the equity side is significantly more than these 8.5% interest that you get from the EPF. But since people have been investing in EPF, so we have tried to make it easier to understand that what is the jump in the returns that a person can get if he invests through NPS.
Also, we have integrated a learning center which will be having interactive quizzes, key concepts where users can learn flashcard and myth buster, because many myths we need to bust before presenting our PFRDA or NPS ecosystem in front of youth and all. Because let's say for this is a common myth that NPS is only for government employees, but which is not a fact. So we will try to play around it also.
And as we said that it should be inclusive, so we have added a couple of languages for now, and we're working on to add at least 9 languages that are spoken across India.
Also, indie mode. So indie mode will be using profiles from here. Let's say if I'm conservative, moderate, or risk averse, based on that it will create
a persona.
Yeah, and we can also change the default inflation rate if we want.
So this persona is memorized by the AI assistant. Tomorrow, if you come back and ask about anything which is related to your corpus or any other question which is related to investment, it will answer basis the persona that you have defined. If you have defined as an aggressive investor, then it will probably suggest you to invest in NPS equity-linked schemes where the returns are significantly better than the government securities, and so on. So that's all from our side on the application part. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the jury members?
Sir, you mentioned it's an app, right?
It's a web app.
It's an app. Based on this, to make this calculator completely workable, I think it needs multiple integrations. For example, there are some annuity you mentioned. So you have to tie up, the integration has to happen with the life insurance companies.
Yes.
Then there are certain returns of pension funds that you have put. So then again, you have to tie up with the pension funds. So, do you think it's easy to tie up with 10 or 15 external entities?
No, sir. We will not be tying up directly through an API route because this is a publicly available data, and we can scrape that data and store in our database to assess the returns.
So there is no need for integration.
No.
The publicly available data you can scrape.
This is publicly available data.
Okay.
That we got this mock data set from NPS website itself.
Okay. Okay. Then you made a point during your presentation that current the working population, they don't work till 60, they are retiring early, either 50 or 45 years. So that's a good point. So now NPS has come up. Earlier in NPS the retirement date is fixed at 60. Now you can choose your retirement date, but you should be in NPS for minimum 15 years.
Correct.
By that logic, I think you can even retire at 40 also,
Correct.
45 also.
Correct.
So by joining little early,
Correct.
so that is possible.
So 60 was erstwhile age where the government used to define.
Okay.
Now in private sector, although it's written on your employment letter, it is 60.
Okay.
Practically, we all know that it is not going to be 60 for every single employee in the private sector.
Okay.
Setup.
So this net worth, how do you calculate that net worth? So you basically take into account only the financial investments, or you are also taking into account other physical assets what that person is holding?
So we have given an option to update the vault by entering these are the assets that you can update and which can calculate your net worth. So in others, if you choose, you can put in your immovable assets value also, so that your true net worth is calculated.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Great presentation and great visuals actually. See, I have one question. When you are showing the projection for pension, if you compare similar thing with other asset classes, that will also give a view. Then you have multi-asset allocations, so you can have also provision that under multi-asset allocation, NPS pension is one asset class, which is a hybrid of equity, government bonds, and debt. So you can also highlight that key, multi-asset allocation automatically happens, and you can compare with the multi-asset mutual fund, so which will be very on similar lines, and with additional benefit of tax under new tax regime also there is I think 8.5 or 7.5 lakhs limit and all. And then golden eighth wonder of rule of compounding, so that can be brought in this so that everyone has that view. Technology wise, this kind of platform is going to be more engaging if it is native app. So my thought process is, I know this is a responsive web design, so correct. This is perfectly fine, but native app has a better, what you call enrich UI, which may give us a better engagement with that app. So you can look at that. Other thing is, when you are doing these projections, are you using any calculation engine at the back end for doing projection or extrapolation, or is it your native code which is determining that?
So the code is actually working on the calculations part. So the annuity-based formulas are set up in the background.
Okay.
So based on the monthly contribution that you've decided, the corpus value is being calculated. And if you include the inflation, it also considers the inflation when.
So you have done those calculations
those
in the code, and those are configurable, so you can change that. Okay.
Even the user can configure the estimated inflation rate if he wants.
Okay. Okay.
Just to play around and see if the inflation rises from current 6% to 8%, what will be the
impact? You
can
do simulation.
Yeah.
my next question is, when you are talking about multilingual, right? What you have done for making it multilingual?
So we have used Google Gemini to convert everything into the language that has been chosen, because the content is what we have made in the front end is what the user will be able to see. That's the UI part. Apart from that, the AI assistant, which is talking to the person in multilingual, that is again Gemini, which is handling that.
Okay. How is the accuracy of Gemini? Because we are using for one of our app.
So I'll tell you, sir, Gemini has the best multilingual accuracy, as we have tested across other platforms. We work for insurance companies also. So it is fantastic in handling at least 9 languages that we speak in India for now. They're working on around 10, but 9 are excellent. All accuracy in terms of grammar, in terms of slangs also, everything is perfect. The reason behind that is that Google had introduced this mic in your Google search, based on which locals were using and they were interacting with Google. Apart from that, the YouTube content was humongous in local language also. So their models are relatively better than any other OpenAI or any other, if you name. So that's why we have chosen Google to go ahead with this.
Have you checked on Vasani?
Yeah, we checked, sir. The latency was a challenge there.
But were you using Vasani plugin or native?
No, we deployed it on this E2E cloud, and then we tried to use it.
Okay, so we are getting latency.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it takes a little bit too long for an answer to come up, the user will drop, or the user will think that the system is not working.
Okay.
So the latency is very important when you are using a chatbot.
But I didn't see that actually. We are using Vasani, so okay. My last question is, can this be a voice-enabled app completely, rather than that?
I was about to tell that we not only want it to be a voice-enabled app, we want the user to call upon a number which is PFRDA's number.
Yes.
Let the whole voice agent handle what the web app is doing. So this is in the pipeline. Since because of the paucity of time, we could not make it live over here or demonstrate, but that is in the works.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was a good presentation. Now, only thing is that overall that prediction calculation, everything looks interesting. But in your top, whatever your title you have given gamified, right?
So that is a part of it, sir. I'll showcase it to you.
Because the main objective was for simulations and other things, so we did not focus much on this gamification part, though we have tried to integrate 2 or 3 games. As you can see, there are quizzes, there are concepts, person can learn from here. They can even ask to AI assistant, they can also play flashcards, mythbusters are also there, so we can integrate as much as games.
Okay, because your prominence is given in your title towards gamified, right? That is the first.
No, but the problem statement.
No, but their title is showing gamified. Their own title.
So the idea was to make it simple and easy access, broader spectrum of our population, and add whatever kind of engagement tools we can do in this.
Okay. What kind of data you are collecting?
The data which you saw, the mobile number, the name,
no, that is
email ID.
Whether you have thought on the data privacy issues and
so here once a user is signing up, he is agreeing to the privacy policy of the application, and we will be strictly following the DPDP Act, which is to be implemented by 2027. So anything which is personal PII data will be stored in an encrypted format, will be transferred in an encrypted format. So there's nothing which is unencrypted, stored or transmitted.
Also, in the onboarding, I show you that there was an option that if I want to give my data or if I don't want to give, it's purely optional. You just need to create an account and you can just play around with simulation.
He's talking about the PRAN integration. So in case you don't want to add PRAN data to my application, you are absolutely free.
Even the birth date or retirement age or
you can skip that also. That's not a mandatory thing.
No, you can think of some whatever that statements also you will be able to provide something like that.
Statement
report. Yeah.
Report.
is the report.
In which format you are providing?
This can be downloaded as a PDF.
PDF.
Image or an image.
Okay, yeah, good. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, just one point on risk profile part, is it declaration or you are doing some assessment also?
Right now it is basis the declaration only.
Okay.
So if tomorrow, let's say if somebody adds a document into the vault, maybe his payslip or a Form 16, then the system will identify that which category of income earning this person is, and then accordingly will answer and suggest the plans.
Because when particularly in I think this entire PFM space and mutual fund industry is a very common thing. They ask questionnaires just to simulate. There's very basic questions they ask just to understand you understand the things correctly or not. So that kind of concept is already, because sometimes people don't know what is a moderate meaning, because it's a one qualifier, maybe broad range moderate. For me is a different, for you it may be different. So sometimes they ask certain questions just to understand and simulate that actually, and then they say you say that I'm a moderate, but the assessment or the response what you have given shows something different, so that you can make a cautious decision like what to do. Second part, I'm not very clear on the use of vault actually. So what's the usage of vault here? We have many secure lockers, digital locker, DigiLocker, and all those things already.
It's nothing like that, sir. It's basically adding your different asset classes that you've invested in, add it over here so that we get a complete 360-degree view of your investment profile. What is your purpose? What is
So
your
that account aggregator framework help that.
That can be
That's
added.
a easier option, is a consent-based architecture.
That can be added, sir. That can be added.
Because vault is a different, it gives a different notion actually. Yes.
Through an that can be, that API integration can be done, sir. It's a modular platform which we have built, so we can remove this part and add a API to fetch the account aggregator details.
Thank you.
Thanks, Akbar. Good presentation.
Thank you.
You said that you have picked up the data from NPS Trust, and when Mohan asked that, can you pick up the data from ASPs, annuity service providers? You said it may not be possible to do it from the 15 ASPs. But once it is on, suppose it is on, we will require data on a daily basis, because the NAV changes daily and there are 10, 11 pension fund managers. So I hope this would be able to take care of that.
Yes. So although we don't have the APIs, direct APIs available,
yes,
but we have these scrapers which can go at the end of the day when the NAV is published. They can identify the NAV has been published, and that can be fetched and stored in the database.
Okay. Okay. So same thing can happen for the annuity service providers also.
Yeah, we can add any number of providers provided the data is available publicly.
Okay. It cannot fetch. Okay, it can fetch it from its website provided it's available.
Yes, the moment it is published on their website, it can be fetched and stored in our database.
And when it changes, this auto changes. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Adrila Technologies. Now I would like to welcome Retiroo V for Retirement Corpus to Regular Pension Plan, Vishweshwar, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon, yes. So many of us, we are sandwich generation. Sandwich generation because this new generation has got very different kind of responsibilities. India's demographic is changing. We have to take care of our parents. We have to take care of our next generation. But whether my next generation will take care of me, biggest question. Please think about that. I have named my calculator as Retirometer V. Retirometer, right? Say you have a cold or a fever and you go to doctor. Doctor will not start immediately doing surgery. First he want to do some kind of a test. So when you go to a doctor with a fever, first he will check your fever with thermometer. The same way, when you want to find out your retirement health, you will have to check with a retirometer, right? So that is the whole idea of this particular name. Now, this is a very simple calculator. I tried including various features in this particular calculator. I have 9 different modules as part of my calculator. So the first part here you can see, here is a global profile setting. I'm not asking any email ID, mobile number or something, because many times when you go into, because so many calculators are available, but one of the most annoying thing is, much before it do calculation, first thing they will ask you your age, enter all that, and when you say calculate, they will say to get your answer, you insert your mobile number, you give me your email IDs. I think that is one of the most annoying things. Right? So this is the global setup. So global setup, in case you want to give your name, whatever, this can be editable. And then once you do this, pre-setting, then you can go ahead and click on the calculate. So once I calculate, one of the very interesting thing will come out, and this is, I'm calling it as a retirometer. And in majority of the cases, it will be either critical or risk. Don't worry, we will not be operating right now because we need to do little more test. The problem here is I have taken only the NPS component. As an individual, I will not be dependent only on NPS. I will be having multiple other asset classes. And when I include all other asset classes, then I will get a much better idea whether my total retirement is at critical or it is slightly better. But this particular slide will take you only from NPS. We will see a little later how we can improve on this. Now, once I know, okay, I have a problem, but then I want to find out, what is the kind of retirement income I want in terms of pension. So this is one of the major drawback in the retirement literature. So as of now, we do not have a proper thumb rule as to how much should be the pension component when I get retired, right? I have seen in many cases, they're all very rich in terms of asset. But when it comes to the regular cash flow, they will not have cash flows. Either they are rich with respect to their equities, they have a lot of investment in the real estate, but the regular cash flow will not be there. And what happens is, when you get old, you will not be able to take your own decision. You are dependent on someone else. And you will start thinking, I will have to pass on this particular corpus to someone else, even though I have money, I don't want to use it. Right? I know we reach to that kind of, because we will not be able to take a kind of decision when we become old. Right? Now, but the second one, this is my second tab, you can see here. So I'll get into the goal finder. So once this is done, I'm just pushing this particular data into the goal finder. So in goal finder, I can set, as to how much is the pension I want. So what I have done here is, so in the global setup, you can see my monthly expenses, my current age. So depending on that, it will automatically calculate what is the kind of my monthly expenses when I get retire. In case you want to get retired at 55, 65, it is your wish. You can change the number, automatically it will calculate. So once you say, this is my retirement amount, I mean pension requirement on a monthly basis, then I can see my goals. So it is a reverse calculation, right? So when I do that, of course, we have various different kind of, because market will give you different kind of returns. It is not constant. But then you can see how is your pension adequacy score as of now. Okay, some calculations, of course, is already there. I have documented it. I have already shared to you all. So in case you delay your investment, maybe by 1 year, 2 year, how much extra you will have to contribute, right? Now that kind of calculation automatically it will take care. And also in case you want to increase your contribution by 5%, 10%, how will be your status? In case you want to retire at a different age, then what will be your pension? So all this can be beautifully done in one simple page, right? But the problem with the young and the technology savvy kind of a investor, they want more kind of a data, they want more visualization, they want much more analytical support kind of a things. That is when my calculator will add lot of features. I'll explain that in a while from now, right? Now these two are taking care of the basic users. Now let us get into the one of the other important thing. As I mentioned to you, when we get retired, we will not have only NPS. I will have my other asset classes as well. Now to get the overall picture, it is better to include all the different asset classes, and then let me see how I'll be doing with my retirement readiness, right? So here I have added various asset classes. All this can be editable. You can decide what is the return, how much is the proportion, and also I have an advanced feature here in case you want to break it. You want to do a lump sum amount. You want to increase, step up SIP kind of a scenarios. All that is possible, right? So once you do all this kind of a free filling and then you hit the analyze portfolio, of course it will calculate and it will give you various interesting kind of statistics, right? Now you can see here, as I mentioned to you, we will have variety of asset classes. Few asset classes will give you kind of a guaranteed income. Few asset classes will not give you guaranteed income, right? Now those not guaranteed income, the proportion is very high, then probably you are at a more risk. You will have to decide on that, right? That is where this particular guaranteed versus market link kind of a thing will come into very handy, and then you can based on that. Now you see your retirometer. Earlier it was critical, now slowly it started looking better, right? Of course it will not be so green in everyone's case, we know that, right? We have not planned our retirement so properly, we know that, right? But then this is how my total corpus integration will try and do this. Now when I'm getting into the annuity optimizer, so when it comes to NPS and other things, I have various different kind of annuity options. Either I can buy the full annuity, or I can buy limited life, joint life with varying kind of scenarios. Then we will be able to compare that depending on their age, depending on their family status. It will try and optimize the best cases for the user. And then this is one of my hero sector section of my entire calculator. I'm calling it as retirement risk dashboard, right? Now here if you see, as I introduced you the risk retirometer and the risk, then you can either pull the data from only NPS, or you can pull the data from the entire asset classes. So for the demo purpose, let me pull it from the entire asset classes. So pull from the asset classes. So I pulled that particular data from the asset classes. Now let me analyze my risk associated with the retirement, right? Now here I'm giving three very interesting kind of metrics. So I'm calling this metrics as pension stability index, retirement sufficiency ratio, and a longevity coverage score, right? How it is calculated, what is the logic, what is the rationale with the literature, I have already given you that detail, right? The calculations are shown here. Now, this will give you a much more comprehensive plan. I think this is what our young youth is looking at, right? So in this, I want to highlight you two interesting graphs here. You can see on the left side, I have a hexagonal one. As you are planning for your retirement, you are not only looking for income. You are looking for liquidity, you are looking for longevity, you are looking for inflation shield, sequential risk. Sequential risk is one of the most not thought about kind of a things. Probably you are a heavy invested in equity and the year you retire, market is crashing by 40%. You know, you would have thought my retirement will sufficiently take care till I die. Probably you can see the right chart, you know, you are lost, right? Now that is what we are talking about, and this is one of the interesting scenario. And then comes, okay, now I know I have so many issues, I can see there are some problems, but now I want to compare with, you know, taking different kind of possibilities. I want to increase, I want to decrease. I know it is not you know, comfortable idea to retire at 50, even though, you know, retire early, a fire kind of a concept is so popular, but it is not making sense. Then I want to compare. You can go ahead and compare in this particular tab. Then comes the sustainability. So this sustainability, again, you can pull the data from only NPS or from the entire thing. So you have that kind of option. So I'm pulling this from the entire one. So, right? Then again, you can try and see how this entire thing works. So let me simulate here. So Monte Carlo is one of the popular simulation technique. So I use the Monte Carlo simulation. It will try and tell you with all your assumption, your input assumptions, right? So whether your retirement is safe or not, right? With a 100 iteration, with a probability score, it will tell you, right? So this is popularly used kind of a calculation. Then I have done even a 3-bucket strategy. So that is also another very interesting kind of a thing. So it will tell you whether you will be able to achieve, not will be able to achieve kind of a calculation. Now I'm coming to the last tab. Again, going back to our analogy of a patient walking with a fever to a doctor, right? Now here we have to do a little more comprehensive kind of a check. Much before you start investing, you will have to see whether your basic things are taken care or not. Term insurance, health insurance, emergency funds. These are the basic ideas, right? Of course, you can edit that, and based on that, it will give you, based on thumb rules, it will give you an idea as to what you are doing. And one of the other interesting and a very popularly used idea in the retirement literature is the 35x kind of a scenario, right? So you have to have 35x when you get retired, and that is what will give you a comfortable kind of a retirement. It's a popular kind of a literature and the formula. So I tried simulating that in the last one, which will give you a retirement health check, right? So whether your 35 can be achieved, not be achieved, is it difficult? In case you want to do it, how long you will have to keep working? Whether I can retire at 45, 50, 60, that is what you can decide, right? So this is the overall idea of my calculator. All these things can be, you know, downloaded in the PDF format once you do this, right? So this is the whole idea of my retirometer. I hope you liked it.
Yeah, good afternoon. It was interesting. Only one parameter I would like to add. Anyway, as you have captured multiple things, especially in the meter concept. Now, if you are looking the younger generation, their risk profile, their own risk profile is getting changed daily basis. Okay, so you can at least not on daily basis. You will be knowing people are simply resigning from whatever the things, and they are ready to sit for 1 month idle in a peaceful,
Yes,
or
sir.
they will go for some tour, and also that kind of things also, if you can, means basically the investors changing risk profile also you can consider as a parameter. That is one suggestion. Anyway, as you have captured multiple things, so you can
Thank you
on
so much for that.
thing.
And one of the other very major mistake many of us we are doing is going out with a standard inflation rate of 5%. And this inflation rate is not applicable to me. And 5% will not same for everyone. That is the average problem. And if I am in Bangalore, my inflation is different. If I have a daughter, my inflation rate is different. If I'm staying in 2 BHK, my rate is different. I think that medical inflation is one of the other major issue. We are not capturing that kind of a thing, or we are not educating that things properly. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Well taken. I'll definitely.
Sir, in this, can we input some data and get the outcome?
Yes, sir.
Possible?
Yeah.
So, for example, a person 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And
We'll try.
he wants to.
Which tab you want me to try? First
No,
one? We'll go ahead with the first one.
No, listen to my question, sir. So I'm 30 years old.
Okay.
So I want to retire at 45 years.
Okay.
So I want to have a pension of 3 lakh. Okay. So how much should I save?
You want to retire at 40?
45.
Sorry, I'm not using my 45.
45. Currently I'm 30 years. I don't have any NPS now.
You
but
do not
I'm,
have any NPS now. 45 and
currently 30 years. I want a pension of 3 lakh rupees per month.
Okay. So of course this is not required in case whether your money will run out, that is what I am taking here. But anyway, I'll just input that. So you do not have any money. This is 0. NPS contribution is also how much you will have to contribute. Yes, we will see.
My top
3 lakh per month. Okay, yeah, that is in my second tool, Goal Finder. I'm sorry. Yeah. So in the Goal Finder, so my desired is this, right, sir? Life expectancy, current age, retirement age is 45? 40.
Yes, 45.
Okay. So existing NPS corpus 0, current monthly contribution
0.
0. Annual setup, inflation rate, expected return. Expected return is this okay? No. That you can change. You can decide.
8.5.
8.5. Required retirement corpus, annual corpus required, future monthly pension, and current corpus gap.
Okay. So 3 lakh per month based on the current, based on the inflation, my pension requirement will be 7 lakh.
Yes. So if you delay by 1 year, 2 year, you can see how much extra you will have to.
How much I have to share now? Start now.
Lump sum available. Required contribution is 10.22 lakh.
Monthly.
Monthly.
Yeah, 10 lakhs.
Because so you are retiring in 15 years and that too with 0.
10 lakh per month. So then I cannot retire at 45, right? So fire is not possible.
That is one of the major.
Right. So inflation, return expectations, 8.4%, and then annuity rate, these factors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
See, this is a great simulator. You have shown so much data, and for me, it's good. I like to see a lot of data and work with that. But a typical Gen Z guy, I don't represent them, so I don't know how they will think about seeing so many numbers. There is one of my prop at IM says that he finds it very difficult to teach the class because they are basically they can focus only for 20 seconds.
I am also teacher, sir.
Yeah, so it's a tough actually. So how this will be useful for them because they want to start early, they live by fire rule.
Yes, sir.
Right. So do you think something different should be done for
Exactly, sir. Exactly. I every day I face this kind of a problem, and that is why this analogy of patients going to a doctor and the first slide showing yes you are at risk.
Yeah.
At least that can grab their attention for 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah. So if my attention span is only 25 seconds, probably you can have a very lightweight and then a detailed one. In the same thing, if you go, probably they will not even come here. Yeah. So that's one input I have. Regarding data security, technology, and I'm all those things, I'm not going to ask that question because that will be anyhow we can validate and figure it out what need to be done. This is a multilingual support also you have provided.
I tried that, but it is basic, sir, very basic.
Okay.
Just converter.
You are using Google Translator.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And this is basically web app.
Yes.
Not mobile app.
I not tried that.
Okay. Okay. And this is responsive. What you have used for your UI?
I'm not very sure.
Who has developed this?
I developed it, but with the help of AI codes.
So you, which AI you were using for development?
Claude, ChatGPT, and multiple. I tried testing with multiple.
But AI, see, this is a challenge actually. So when you are developing with AI and you do not know underlying what has been developed, what are code, the maintenance of those applications becomes very difficult.
Yes. Yes.
And even one change is going to create a havoc.
Yes.
If there is a defect, you will not be able to fix.
I admit, this is just my passion project, and I am not a technician. I in fact made it very clear in my proposal itself.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Sir, this is really workable. This can be deployed immediately.
Yeah.
It can be.
Yes.
Right. And since you are using the doctor and patient analogy, so finally you can give some prescription also. Is it in the part of this?
Yes, sir. The last one, if you can see the health tab, which you see here, whether he will be able to achieve that or not. 35x rule I demonstrated, no? So that is where it really.
And then this Monte Carlo simulation, which you mentioned. So this is all standard, or I can put any scenario?
Yes, it's standard, but then you can change the return expectation. You can change.
Okay.
Yeah, there are many, but this is one of the popular. Yeah.
So it shows that the hard work you have put behind building this, and I appreciate, sir. Then my final question is the retirement V for your Vishweshwar.
V is for Vishweshwar, yes. Thank you so much.
So I have just one question. I think that's you partially answered because some set of people may find it very interesting because they may be data savvy and all those things. But many of the thing and whosoever is data savvy and very conscious about the system and all those things, retirement and everything, they are already into the system. Largely, the issue is people are not aware of this thing and what kind of risk they are taking, all those things. So those kind of worker. So any thought of like tearing it actually? Because fundamentally you can tier it in multiple levels so that life becomes simple. Slowly people just like in education world you graduate from one level to second level, then third level and all those things.
So what actually I have thought is the first and the second module is for the basic user and the other one is for the advanced user. We can just put a toggle between that.
And second suggestion maybe because a lot of presentation you might have seen it like some of the AI elements are also used, not very complicated one, but many of these terms are also not very common to them because fundamentally if somebody will throw this term to me, even many of don't understand annuity optimizer, just these kind of terminology very I'll say useful for the professionals but not a large.
Yes, sir, you are right. You know, basic information I have already explained in each one of that, and the detailed calculation and
that you have to
explanation.
think because if you're looking for mass adoption, then
Yes.
these problem I think you can solve it so that lingo, entire labeling and everything can be more friendly to that kind of audience.
I can understand. I can understand. And few of that, even with the explanation how to interpret, I have already incorporated that here.
Okay. Thank you.
Wanda, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Now I would like to take a break and invite everyone for the lunch to the auditorium, and we'll reconvene this meeting at 1:45. Okay, thank you, sir.
दिखाओ मुझे एक बार ट्राई करना है क्या ये नहीं नहीं ट्राई कर रहे हैं प्रकाश फोकस फोकस कौन मिला है फोकस मिला वाइट कीबोर्ड पे क्या हुआ press the key immediately fancy key again press the key immediately to the right of shift key immediately right side of the box you have pressed the key on your Apple keyboard press the key on the keyboard that cannot be keyboard है अब क्या करना बट सेटअप नहीं हो पाया
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call Mr. Anurag Singh, our CTO for SIIC IIT Kanpur, and Chairman of PFRDA, Shri S. Raman sir.
Our effort and Pooja and Mamta and of course the domain experts made it happen. So thank you. Thank you.
Sir, a very warm welcome to you. Your visionary leadership and transformative vision for NPS have inspired every moment of this hackathon. Thank you for gracing us with your esteemed presence. I would now like to bring our first problem statement, the Clean 10 technologies, to present via Zoom call. Clean 10 technologies, is there anyone? Prakash ji. Prakash ji, am I audible?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Prakash ji, am I audible?
You are audible. Am I audible right now?
Yes, Mr. Prakash.
Okay.
So, yeah, here we have the jury present with us for problem statement 1. All the praise to you, sir. Kindly, you can start with your presentation.
Yeah. So can we start?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, PFRDA and IIT Kanpur to giving us this opportunity, and apologies for us not being able to be there in person due to some last minute personal experiences that turned up at my end. I have Pragati along with me who has worked on this solution. What we'll do is we'll quickly run you through a small 5-6 slides in terms of what we have tried to achieve, and then we'll actually show you the system in running. I hope that's fine, and just let me know once my screen is visible.
Your screen is is visible, Mr. Prakash. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we call our solution as NPS Nexus. The idea behind so what we looked at is the first problem statement, which was around how can we ensure that the NPS onboarding is robust, and how we can actually ensure that we can basically take care of the challenges that are there around KYC as well as CRA integrations. So while we did talk to some of the NPS providers, what we realized is the current failure rates are quite high, specifically wherein the data across KYC and CRA validation does not match. So whatever you get, the data that gets pulled from the KYC providers, be it CKYC or Aadhaar pool or DigiLocker, does not meet the validations that are put in place by CRAs. Either the certain address components are not populated, or certain strings are longer than what they should be, and so forth. The second thing that we came across is most of the users are on mobile, and that's where they are looking at mobile first as an approach to fill up the forms. The third thing was, though a lot of players are there today who are providing digital onboarding, most of them are providing them in English language, whereas a lot of users today in tier 3, tier 4 cities and rural areas whom PFRDA aims to onboard are looking at regional languages. And the fourth piece was the failure of KYC data in itself, wherein we are trying to match it to, let's say, a bank account or so forth. So we have tried to address quite a bit of this through our solution, and I'll detail it out as we go along. So what we have looked at is, we have looked at from a KYC perspective, providing multiple options. So in case CKYC fails, either the CKYC data is not available or the CKYC services are not available at any point of time, the application automatically switches over to Aadhaar, and if Aadhaar is not available, then it goes to DigiLocker. So a sequential availability to ensure that there are no failures out there. We have used AI-based normalization of data that is getting fetched from KYC so that they meet each CRS individual requirements. We are calling penny drop in the journey to ensure that the KYC is complete and the account details are also matched. We provide multilingual support as well, and we have also worked out 2 separate journeys, both for retail and corporate. While retail is something that is important, corporate is also something which is where a lot of focus is today. The entire solution is API first. So what do we mean by that is, we all that we show you today through our UI can actually be integrated to any other fintech or POP's user experience layer that they want to build in through API calls, and they can actually orchestrate the journey they want the way they want it. This will ensure that either the POPs can use the journey that we deliver, but at the same time they have an option to tune the journey to the experiences that they want to provide just by calling our APIs. While we have detailed out, we'll show you the detail of subscriber journey. What we have done is, basically the subscriber initiates the onboarding process by putting in basic information. Our smart layer actually uses the raw data from KYC, and using NPL and data address normalization, we structure the data that comes out of it. We pre-fill the forms. There was one more component that we wanted to build, which I have highlighted as amber out there, which was the retirement vision corpus projector or a calculator sort of thing, which we have still not been able to incorporate in our journey, but that's something that is there in the plan. So before the subscriber actually decides the investment that they want to do, they can also do some simulations. Now, today when we look at the problem statements that have been put in place, there are problem statements which are around the KYC, around the investment simulator or gamification of it. So some of those components also can be plugged into the application or into the process as it is to gamify the journey. Now what we do, I've just put a brief onto it in terms of when we get a raw data from KYC, how it comes in, and what we do using an NLP to structure it to break it into different components. At the same time, the other things that we do is basically we match data between what we get from KYC vis-a-vis what we get from bank account, and then do a fuzzy logic to get up a scope. This basically triangulation of information ensures that the user who is doing the journey and the user for whom the account is getting opened is all in place. Additionally, what we have done is on the CRA side, all the three CRAs, be it protein, CAMS, or KFIN, they have their own payloads and structures and set of validations that they have. Now, we have built a wrapper layer on top of it, which massages the data. So whatever we get from the user as well as the KYC and other information, we further process the data before we call individual CRA APIs, and then the response is again standardized and given out. Now this, while we spoke about the API first approach, the POPs or the fintechs who actually want to give the option to their users to pick up the CRA of their choice can then use this common API on top of it, which is a unifying layer, and that can orchestrate internally with all those three CRAs, and we can ensure that if there are any changes on the CRA side, we encapsulate it within our API, and there's no impact to the consumer or the fintech or the POP which is going to consume it. We also have a back office dashboard wherein whatever new subscriptions have happened, that can be monitored, details of that can be monitored by the back office team. So what we'll show you today is a retail onboarding journey, a corporate onboarding journey, unification of three CRs that we spoke about, a multilingual support. We have also done a small POC on voice assistant. That currently it is only in English. We have to further take it to other local languages, and the back office. Happy to take up any questions at this point before we actually start showing you the platform.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Questions from the jury.
Hello. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Fine. So what I'm doing now is I will switch over to the application. So this is where the landing page is, where the subscriber starts filling up the information. We authenticate the subscriber information with an OTP so that we have the right set of information to go ahead. This ensures that now for this subscriber, we do not have the KYC information. So what we would do is, sorry, there's something. Can I do one thing? I'll just I'm just playing the video right now because there seems to be something wrong. I'll just try to get that fixed as well in the meantime. Just let me know if the voice is audible there. This is going to be the landing page where the subscriber can put in some basic. Is the voice audible?
Yes, Mr. Prakash, you're audible. Please
Thank
continue.
you. Mobile number and the email ID. So once the supplier agrees with us, they can click register. Now you get an OTP on your email and the mobile number. The subscriber finds the OTP and puts it in here. Now user has a choice to select between an individual or a corporate. Now between individual is for individual subscribers, corporate is where if you are a corporate employee, we will select corporate here, then so we select individual here and go ahead. Now I am putting in my date of birth. This will be used for my KYC. So I will be putting in my date of birth and my PAN number. I am purposefully putting the wrong information here so that I can show you another route. So in case CKYC fails, we can actually redirect the user directly to Aadhaar-based authentication. So the dropout rate will come down here. So now I'll put in my Aadhaar details and I'll click on go ahead. Now once we move ahead here, what we'll get is we'll get an option to put in the Aadhaar OTP. As soon as I receive the Aadhaar OTP, I'll put that in here. Once Aadhaar authentication is done, the information from my Aadhaar will be put in. If there is a mismatch, it clearly calls out that there is a mismatch and allows you to continue. If you see, all my other information from Aadhaar has been pulled out, apart from a couple of information that is not there with Aadhaar, including my address and everything else. Now once this all information is confirmed by the user can then further go ahead and move to the next step. Now here we are one of the few who actually have been able to integrate all the three CRAs together. Each CRA has a different role, but we ensure that we have written an API on top of it, which then further calls CRA APIs as per whatever their need is. Once the CRA is selected, user can then decide between the type of investment that they want to do, either a tier 1 or tier 1 and 2 together. Now we are putting in, doing a penny drop to ensure that the account details are correct with the POP. This is where, in case of redemption, the money is going to come in. Once the penny drop is confirmed, we can then move ahead, select the investment, upload the required documents. Now here, what we are uploading is the photograph and signature. There are right set of validations put in here to stop if there are wrong documents uploaded. Similarly, we'll now try with signature. Here the file format issue is there. We'll correct it. Like you saw, the file format validation was done, and with the correct file format, we have been able to upload it. Now we get into the preview. I do not have an integration with an active payment gateway. Otherwise, we would have been able to proceed, make a payment here for the initial investment and then proceed to submit, where the actual plan would have got created.
This is the landing page of the application wherein the applicant will fill in the details. Now here the form is by default loaded in English. We do have an option to change the language. So currently the form is loaded in English and all the labels and labels and titles are shown in English. Now as soon as we change the language to Tamil, we see that the entire form gets converted into Tamil and it will be helpful for the user to read it and perform the actions. Yeah. Likewise, if we move to the next section, the details of the next section will also be coming in the preferred language as selected by the user. So, in the application, we do support voice assist. This is where basically when the user is going through the journey, they can switch on the option for voice assist and the system reads out the label for the user anytime the user selects a particular label.
Select salutation. Select gender. Select marital status. And
this is where we intend to introduce other local languages also. So as a combination, if you select a language and a voice assist, you would basically get instructions in those particular languages.
Enter your email ID. Enter mobile number. This is the landing page for the corporate subscriber, wherein the corporate subscriber gives the initial information and the KYC details are fetched from the KYC. The additional section for the corporate subscriber is the employer detail, wherein the subscriber can choose the employer, and the basis on the employer's choice of scheme and preferences, the investment detail option gets automatically populated for the user. So now in this case, as the scheme was already chosen as auto and aggressive, so this section is already pre-filled for the subscriber, and the subscriber will secondly, the subscriber will not need to make any payment, so there will not be any payment option, and there will not be any collection of the fee or the information on the amount that the user wants to subscribe for. So this will be totally on the basis of the corporate's decision.
Yeah, this is what we had as a solution from our side. Happy to take up any further questions.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? I think he's not able to hear me. Mr. Prakash, okay. Just let me know when you are able to hear the jury member. Hi, can you hear me?
Not very clear.
This mic is not working now. Yeah, hi. Is it little clear now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So yeah, so I had few questions. I mean, you were talking about like you have this voice enabled interface, right? So what at least in your demo, you showed that it's only telling the options that are there or the titles of the options that have to be filled in. Let's say a user speaks something, will your system be able to take that? Like, I mean, if let's say you have someone who has accessibility issues, right, and cannot sort of type, for example, properly, would your system be able to take that input in form of voice and then transcribe it correctly into your system?
Your voice was not very clear, but if I've understood your question correctly, what you are trying to ask is, if the user starts the conversation with the system, will the system be able to figure out the language and then start responding in that language?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right? Now, we have not tried this, but I believe that with the new innovations that are happening with the AI platforms, detection of voice and
see the problem occurs.
Instead of that, detecting which language I am talking in is something that can be easily possible, and we can integrate that with the platform.
Okay, yeah, because the problem occurs because of the different accent, like especially the Indian accent is very different, and plus, let's say let's say you are taking Hindi, right? Within Hindi also there's such a huge range of accent that occurs across the country, right? So, how robust is your system to that kind of things?
Yeah, so I think with the AI capability, we should be able to voice language detection is not a challenge that is not being solved till now. We have just not attempted it. If we try it, it should be something that we can quickly enhance the platform for.
Okay. And the other question I had was, do you have some sort of verification mechanism? Let's say if while typing or while speaking, a user says something and some typo gets introduced in the fields that is being filled by the user. Do you have some sort of smart and AI-based verification system which will point to the user, are you sure about this particular thing that you have filled in, or is there some sort of thing you want to sort of rectify? Because that will very often happen with first-time users who are not experienced with computer systems, right? So they might introduce things which will have a lot of typos. So
How do you have some sort of internal verification mechanism which will make sure that what user is entering is correct?
So what we are doing here is we are extracting the information through APIs. Majority of the information comes through APIs, right? So you do a KYC fetch, you pull in a lot of information from there. You do a penny drop, you get a bunch of information from there. So our intent is to keep the user inputs as minimal as to say that this is the amount of investment that I want to do.
Okay.
Anything beyond that has to more or less be pulled, and some of the demographic information like my salary, whether I'm married or not, something that we don't get from KYC, is the only set of data that the user actually had
so
to
for example, like
beyond the phone number and the email ID which the user started the journey with.
Yeah, for
So we are trying to minimize that entire data entry piece in some shape or the other. The other thing that we have done, not in this journey, but if you actually upload your documents, let's say you're uploading your Aadhaar or your PAN, we are able to do an AI-based extraction and populate the form also. But doing it through APIs is much easier, cost efficient to do it, and that's what we have implemented right now.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask that there are many KYC journeys across all the financial sectors. So in the banking sector, you already have many journeys. Did you benchmark your solution against a particular kind of journey, be it from the banking sector or mutual fund? So how do you come to an understanding that you are truly more innovative than what already exists? Could you tell me one or just even one or two standout features?
Okay. Raman sir, we have, I see most of the financial institutions today, be it insurance, banks, NBFCs, pension funds, a lot of mutual funds, everybody has an online journey. Where I see us differentiating is, one is this entire journey has been built on a low-code platform. What benefit that it comes up with is, tomorrow if there is a change that you as a regulator enforce on the POPs or the fintechs, to capture some additional attributes or do some additional validations, or you say, okay, a subscriber beyond 50 cannot actually opt for an aggressive investment, right? And just a hypothetical example that I'm giving right now. A normal bespoke build journey would actually have to do a lot of code changes to deliver this change. Whereas because this entire journey is configured on a zero-code platform, those changes can be done possibly within an hour and rolled out. So your instruction or your guideline to the market is one of the possibly the shortest time frame within which this can be done, and not necessarily it involves any code change. The second is where we have done a unification for all the three CRS, wherein we have built a layer which is able to distinguish the payloads that each CRA needs and the responses that each CRA needs. So that's another area where we believe we have done a better job. If I have to benchmark it against others that are there, I believe we possibly should be at a scale of 8 or 9 to the best of the journeys that are available today.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Do you really think this can work as seamlessly as a DIY, or have you tested this as an assisted journey? What is your preference? Because you're talking about, as you correctly said, this going into tier 4, etc. We're talking about a very different income segment, a different education, literacy. So do you think this is more of a DIY, or do you recommend an assisted journey?
So at this point of stage that we are, I believe we are DIY for at least half of our population today. For rest half, it would basically be a bit of assisted journey. And like I did mention, this is all API first. So I believe based on using our APIs and the journeys that we have done, a lot more further innovations can be done specifically which would target rural and tier 4 users for it.
But how confident are you that various distributors, be it an NBFC, I'm not talking about the traditional banks because it's always difficult to get them to do software changes, but even if I were to look at other digital distributors, be it NBFCs, be it other digital platforms, there are many small digital platforms catering to smaller population groups. How confident are you that this solution can be adopted by them, and how easily can they bring this solution in?
So there are two parts to this, sir. One is the way we have architected it. This is a multi-tenant solution. So we can, while we deploy it, we can actually create separate tenants for each distributor, and then they can white label it and use it for themselves. The second is what I've been telling is on the API first thing, wherein if they have their own apps, they can actually integrate our APIs to the apps to ensure that for them the integration pains are reduced, and they have a standard integration which encapsulate all the changes that the CRAs do or the payment gateways do, and so forth. So that's how I see our platform getting, or our solution getting adopted by different POPs and financial institutions.
Thank you.
Prakash, sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir, yes, you mentioned in your presentation it's a proactive penny drop. So is it different from the normal penny drop?
So your voice is not audible now.
So my question is, in your presentation, you mentioned proactive penny drop. So my question to you is it different from normal penny drop?
So I'm sorry, I'm not being able to clearly hear your question. If you can possibly be a little louder and slow.
So am I audible now?
Yes, sir, much better.
Sir, you used a proactive penny drop. So I want to understand from you, is it different from normal penny drop?
Sorry, sir, still not clear on the question.
Gandhi sir is asking about penny drop versus proactive penny drop.
Pragati, are you able to get the question correctly?
No, Prakash, even I've not been able to understand it. Can we request if they can put the question on the chat, maybe?
Chat. Prakash, my question to you is there any difference between penny drop and proactive penny drop?
I could hear it. Is there any difference between, but I'm not able to hear the both two words that you are referring to.
One was penny drop, other
difference between penny drop and proactive penny drop.
There is one difference is, if I've understood, they are asking difference between two types of penny drops. It's basically in one case, there is a 1 rupee actually been dropping, and the other is just does a bank account check and name check and gets you back. So something that most of the banks have now adopted when you are adding a pay through your banking apps, it actually does a name verification and gets you back without actually doing a 1 rupee drop.
Okay, so my related question is, in case of penny drop, did you get the only the name as a response, or you get the address and other information about the bank customer?
So technically what we do is we send the name that we have got from KYC to the PennyDrop API along with the account details, and PennyDrop API confirms back to say that the name has matched. If we do the other way, right? So like if you are trying to fetch the name, what is happening today in the banking apps is then there is a concern in terms of PI information or data protection, wherein I can just keep on giving new account serial numbers and I can fetch who the account belongs to. That's not the intent out here. The intent is to just check whether the account belongs to the person whose KYC has been validated.
Okay, so in my third and final question is, for example, if the bank account is in joint name, whether your penny drop framework, what you are suggesting, will it verify the second customer or third account holder or only the first holder?
Again, sir, sorry, your voice was a little feeble.
So whether your penny drop, will it verify the second holder or third holder in the bank account?
No, this currently it only does for the primary holder.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Prakash, you are able to hear me?
Yeah, we are able to.
Yeah, how that concern management requirements you are taking care in your entire application? Concern management.
So, between the point where the user provides the OTP and it goes to the next layer is where we can actually introduce the consent management, wherein the consent from the user can be taken for sharing the information with the third-party API providers.
Okay. What are the other security measures you have adopted, or you see that in the further steps it may be required?
So from a security measure perspective, one is you would have, while you saw the demo also, you would have seen that quite a bit of information like your PAN card number or Aadhaar was masked on the screen. Internally also, the PI information is encrypted. Both the data at rest and data at transit are encrypted. That ensures security. We also follow the TLS 1.3 protocol.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So Prakash, a couple of questions from my side. First question is some form of AI you are using and some of the NLP you have used, particularly when you have shown the example of address normalization and all those things. Fundamentally, it's your own proprietary stuff you have developed, or you are using third-party systems for that?
So your voice is a little feeble. If you can repeat the question for me.
So my question is, like some form of the AI is used in your demonstration. The part where we have done some sort of normalization, that's one part. Certain things like voice assist. So my question is, like you are using it is deployed on your own setup, you have done some proprietary stuff here, or it's like third-party APIs, public available infrastructure you are using for this purpose?
Okay. So for normalization, we are using a small language model right now, which has been trained on managing addresses better. On the voice assisted, we are using a text to voice converter, which basically based on the labels, it is converting it to voice. Like I said, currently it has been only for English, and we possibly need to extend it to other languages also. But we are using third-party libraries and tools out here.
Okay, and the point here is like second point and related to the question on the data security and other, as you are using Aadhaar and you are taking Aadhaar number as a part, you are showing is massive. How you are storing this particular thing during storage level? You are storing this because there is an act we have to use Aadhaar data vault and these kind of setup to store Aadhaar number.
So your question again, this time we could not hear it properly.
Yeah. So my question is like when you are storing Aadhaar number, you've shown it's masked, but actually on the infrastructure side, how you are storing it? Are you compliant with the Aadhaar data vault kind of requirement?
So we are not using Aadhaar data vault as such, but we understand what it means to secure it in the Aadhaar number. So the data that is being stored is encrypted. You cannot fetch a record from our database just by using the Aadhaar number and writing a query on top of it.
But you are storing Aadhaar number.
We are encrypting it while we store it. So there's a encryption logic that is there when the data is pushed from the screen to backend.
And last question from my side on your journey part. You have given the multilingual option, but is there any specific reason you ask the user to select it? Why it cannot be a part of like starting, like you start the journey and you take preference and then navigation should follow,
yeah,
rather than we keep it at some specific reason for that?
So from a current POC perspective, we have not reached a final maturity stage of it when the where we can actually, we should ideally have taken it at the beginning of the journey where we gave the phone number and the email ID. The other option that we were exploring is we also do some contextualization based upon the geography. So if the user logs in from Maharashtra, he primarily gets English, Hindi and Marathi has 3 options on the screen. He can pick up one of it. If the user logs in Karnataka, possibly it is English, Hindi and Kannada. So we are working on that piece where we can geographically contextualize it based upon the IP from where the user is logging in and trying to access the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we are over. We are going to the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for giving us this opportunity, and once again apologizing that we have not been able to make it there in person.
No problem, Prakash ji. We thank you for your participation here. We will shortly come back to you with the results. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Next, we have here with us Mr. Aditya Veer Singh with their proposal Next Generation NPS Onboarding Architecture. Apologies everyone present here due to some technical issue of compatibility with Apple and Windows. We could not be able to share our screen. We will fix this and come shortly. Currently, we will go ahead with Miss Veda Arvind and team, the third participant for problem statement 1. Their solution is about seamless, secure, and human-centered NPS onboarding. Miss Veda Arvind, please come on stage.
Just a second, sorry, the other teammates are coming in. We didn't expect it to be before the previous team. Okay, I'll start. Namaste to one and all present here. I'm Veda Arvind, and with a team of young, creative public technologists who have experienced working at the government in different departments such as NHAI, CDAC, IT Department of Karnataka Government, and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj. So we started with this ambitious question: can we get any Indian with a phone to access and benefit from NPS? If yes, then how? So 80% of working Indians are financially unprepared for retirement currently, and most of which are from the informal sector, working in agriculture, construction, etc. And NPS itself exists to solve this problem. But the problem is that if onboarding itself is so difficult, many might never get started with the process. So think of it like this, where onboarding is like the packaging of a product. And if you can't open the packet, then you can't enjoy the food that's in it, right? So we worked on a seamless, inclusive experience, onboarding experience for India's retirement system. So we followed an extensive design process since the time we were giving the problem statement in January, and we studied the current NPS ecosystem and analyzed the onboarding flow. And then we kind of boiled down into the problems that we were going to work on. And then we explored multiple design iterations to simplify both the interface and the copy or the language that's used. Then the dev team focused on transforming our designs into a working app. Finally, we tested it with users. So initially, we first tried the onboarding ourselves, and even as digitally literate people who are familiar with financial investments, we found it difficult to understand the plan options and navigate through contribution calculator, etc. And this raised an important question for us, that if we found it so confusing, then how would someone possibly from the informal sector understand who has probably low language and low digital literacy as well? So how could they navigate it? We also then asked the government and different departments in the government, finance especially, on how current onboarding works. That gave us insight on how the system actually works inside. Then we also want to know the real citizen issues, and the best way to do that is to actually scrape the internet on what people are talking about. So then we went through the reviews of NPS Protean app, and we understood that a lot of reports were of the same frustrations relating to confusing or tedious steps in the process, technical errors, and difficulty understanding plan options itself. So this kind of suggested that this system itself is too complex for many users, and we'll have to make sure that they can comfortably complete it on their own. So now we'll be getting into the understanding the ecosystem.
Hi. So while we were trying to understand, that's when we understood the system is quite big and broad and there are multiple players involved in it. So we tried map and see and figure out how these relationships between these players happen. And then we tried also to understand that we are trying to figure out a larger problem. So let's just take one track and try figure out how that track solves. So we are trying to solve through an app. So we just took the retail option where customers who are having a smartphone to first get onto it. So that was our first focus. And how does this interact with it? So that came up to the solution of all the scraping and all the understanding is intent first onboarding. What do people intend when they want to onboard? What are their concerns? What are their fears? All of those expectations. And also, what sort of interface or what sort of experience do they get? Familiarity with the experience. Does it something that they're used to? Does it give a sense of confidence that they're interacting with? Clear and adaptive communication. Something that we want in terms of finances. I am handing over my life savings onto a company or a bank or a fund of that sort. So how does that communication translate? People of different places, different language, different literacies, a multilingual AI assistant in terms of how can you interact with different elements as well as different stages of the onboarding. And also a flexible and secure KYC which makes sure that your money is safe as well as you're authenticated. So here I'm actually trying to present the actual live. It is happening on my, I'm going to onboard along with you guys. So this is the start of the app. When I start, the first question that pops up is, what language do I prefer? So that people get to choose first itself that this is what I prefer. I'm going with English because I'm comfortable with it. Once you're on in, the first thing that is questioned is explore plans and sign-ins. This is a very deliberate option that we gave so that people get to understand. I am an Indian, I go to a supermarket. First, I don't go to the billing counter. I straight away go to the aisle. I want to see what's available. I want to see what are the options I have. So we made sure that is first accessible to the customers. I got in, first question, tap and ask any question. So if the pension schemes, there are different governments coming in. They introduce different schemes to different types of people, different genre of people. So how do you have that later on board? So we have an agent on the side which gives them a prompt. So let's say I am speaking Hindi. मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा है मेरे सामने 3 ऑप्शंस है आप मेरे को बता दीजिए कि ये तीनों क्या है और मैं किस में जा सकता हूँ small API lag. Let me understand what are these 3 options in here and also let me understand which do I fit along with.
You are now choosing your pension scheme. The options are Atal Pension Yojana, NPS, and NPS Vasalya. Would you like me to explain the differences?
It understands everywhere what is your context is and what are you looking at. So it is also multi-language. I chose English and the English is for the text, but the language model is multilingual. I will also try something else as well as I go ahead. So main important category, something that we understood while we were testing with users is there was a tier system and people did not understand what tier is. In the sense, is it actually tier 1, tier 2 city that they're coming from or is actually something that they belong to? Is it something that they don't understand? So what we used is we just changed the literature a little bit to understand this category, but I still don't understand. Let me just try it again. എനിക്കൊന്നും മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല എൻ്റെ കാറ്റഗറി ഏതാണെന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്കിതൊന്ന് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് തരാമോ
തീർച്ചയായും ഈ സ്ക്രീൻ നിങ്ങളെ NPS അക്കൗണ്ട് തരങ്ങൾ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. പ്രധാനമായും 2 വിഭാഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്, ടയർ 1, ടയർ 2. ഇവ തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ഞാൻ സഹായിക്കാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സഹായം ആവശ്യമുണ്ടോ?
Ready to help you understand the differences between both. It understands the context. Each screen is prompted accordingly such that there is no context that is being lost, and also there is no questions that is being answered from that belongs to some other area. So if there is a question that belongs to some other area, it prompts you back to go there and then answer that. So I do that. Then we also get to have the idea that we as a person, I want to know how much I'm going to earn, what I'm going to do. So first thing that we ask is age. So let's say I'm 28. Give them, I'm someone who can take high risk, let's say 500. So it kind of gives me an understanding of how much money that I'm going to project into. We tried projecting this using the current CAGR values that is available in the market, and then went ahead with it. Then there's an option of automatic and custom. So people get to interact with the agent whenever they want. It is not intrusive. We made sure that it is not intrusive because the power should always be in the citizen and not the agent. That's why it does not, we do not let the agent input any fields nor any values, because the power should be in the people's hands. So we do automatic, it automatically goes to the high because I chose high. Let's say I chose Kotek, and then I went inside. Also, all these options are very regularly turned around because it is make sure there should not be any bias that is going to specific bank or specific scheme. So we rotate the schemes every time a person logs in, and that is a deliberate choice that we did. And we add it to the cart, and you go to the cart. So it's kind of like a shopping experience. And then you understand that you can actually add multiple schemes. It's not just one scheme that belongs to it. So you go to, so this time I want to try custom. And in custom, I also get to choose how much I want, my equity, my government, my corporate bond. So let's say I want to do 50 in corporate, I can lock it, and then I can then play around with government, and then the banks that are available with it, go ahead, add to cart. So this is basically how you get around. And also the plans, you get to see after you do multiple plans, important thing to is how much do I invest? The cumulative. 500, 500, total is 1000, total estimate is 22 lakhs. So you get to kind of have an understanding of what your total cart value is. You shop out of a supermarket, you know what your whole bill amount is. So you do that, then starts your process. So it is a deliberate choice that you get onto the onboard, you do first your shopping and then come to the billing. So then we go ahead with all the KYC and the formalities that is required according to the rules that is. First you enter your PAN. Again, we make sure that, okay, I'm going to enter my actual PAN. We have not integrated an API here because we had trouble figuring that out. So yes, an OTP comes over, I give an OTP and I verify that, and I can use it using DigiLocker or my Aadhaar. Then it fetches my name and my details from the Aadhaar and also my photograph as well. Then I give my citizen status, my nationality, marital status, occupation, and then I go ahead. So it asks me to click a photo, so I can click a photo, and I go ahead. I can give my nominee and citation. So we have also included in such a way that there is a feature where we could do complete your profile later, where things that are the most urgent is asked and onboarded, and then later we could ask them to fill them so that they do not miss out on certain features, as well as they do not miss out on the fact that I do not have certain details at the moment, but I can do it, but I don't stop the onboarding. I'm gonna pay, the payment is done, and I generate an EPAN. That's it. I'm gonna hand over the mic.
So the tech stack that we have used is React Native because it is quite easy to build with, and we focused on building a Android app first, and also we can make a web out of it and iOS app as well. And we have done caching wherever required. We haven't cached all the major privacy related stuff. We cache the information like date, age, and stuff. And wherever encryption required, wherever the encryption was required, we have encrypted the information, and we have put a multilingual AI model. We had thought of going with Bhasini, but because there are API issues and all, and with Gemini we get good free tier, so we went for the prototype. We went with Gemini, but we can of course include Bhasini and any other model. Yeah. Thank you.
And after building the app, we just did not ghost our idea. We went to test the new onboarding with our colleagues in our offices. And so in the old experiences where users felt confused and stuck between processes and options, when they experienced the new onboarding flow, they were excited and they felt that their actions were guided by clarity and confidence. And while testing, we also figured out that there were few places which we needed to ponder more about. One such thing I will mention is like how to solve Aadhaar and PAN detail mismatch. And yeah, there were multiple other stuff also, but yeah, this was the one major thing which we tried to solve, but we couldn't. Yeah. And the highly polished and thoughtful experience which you see was only possible because of the team and the diverse skill set they brought together. And just to show like what we worked on, So this was the whole process where we went through each words and each screens and just thoughtfully crafted everything which you see. Every pixel is calculated and every word is measured. So yeah, and
So initially, what we've done is we couldn't take screenshots of the app itself. So we used a video that was there. We did the onboarding as well, but we first understood what are the different fields within the current system. And then, yeah, and then we started redesigning the entire thing.
So I thank my team and all the fellow mates and my jury members here to actually give us this opportunity. So we didn't stop thinking. We also had to think what else can we do, the iOS version, the web version, how all it can be different from what the Android version is, because the opportunity and the real estate is actually quite different, cross-platform integration and everything we did think of. But due to time constraint, we made sure that we had something that actually works and also people felt comfortable and confident about. Thank you.
Hello. So, one, I must congratulate you for your thinking as a customer. So, I think that's really something which, whatever exists in the market today, nobody's thought like this. So, I think for that, you certainly do deserve an applause. Just a point, I mean, you haven't really worked through the entire KYC, so you haven't tested the CKYC, Aadhaar, etc. Is that what you said?
So we meant that we had asked users to fill in those details, but there's no verification that happens in the backend.
So you didn't sort of actually run the journey.
It's an emulation of
Right,
what the
that's not a problem. But just to add, I think you should continue thinking and working that there is also a new form of KYC that's been introduced called OVSE. It's very recent. So I'm sure you'll see it. It's on the UDI site. And there are already licensees for this purpose. I feel it's probably a very good way of doing the KYC. So I think we certainly, the way you have thought through it about what is it that we are trying to do is put money into a pension plan. You talked about an estimated value. So it's just something that you're extrapolating on some assumptions.
On the CAGR value that usually market gives, so we extrapolated the CAGR value.
But are you picking up the data of the existing CAGR for those schemes?
So what we did was we hard-coded it right now for our needs, but backend, if you actually implement it, we use an API to collect and fetch what the real CAGR of that day is and then extrapolate it, or that year or 3 months or whatever. So right now we hard-coded certain things because we could focus on how the journey is more.
No, this information is available on the NPS Trust site. So I mean, there is some. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Team Veda Arvind. Human honor.
हाँ मैं वही टेस्ट कर पतला आ रहा है बट ठीक है.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with any kind of questions that you will be having for Team Veda Arvind for this solution.
Okay, one question. You said that you were not able to capture the screen. Purposefully you have made that thing, screen capturing? No, Veda said screen capturing was not possible, or you purposefully made that thing? Made that one. Okay. And assume in case if in the initial part, in between if a customer is stopping that activity for some time and if he is resuming, how that is handled, whether the previously entered data will be available or
So in case if a person reaches the cart, they cache what is still the cart and what all schemes they have added.
Till
local cache on the phone in the session.
We're testing it in the local storage. Yeah. Station object. I don't know.
no, if sir is asking whether if he has logged out the session, right?
So we don't log in. So what we only the login process starts after. Yes. Okay, got it.
Means so, it is client-side caching only you are saying.
It's client-side
right?
caching only.
But that server-side caching actually you have to think actually, because otherwise also because your device may not be secure and a lot of other things.
So what we've thought of is whatever gets cached only gets cached till the cart, and in anything beyond the cart, if the process is not completed, you come back till the cart. Only the cart is where you stop at. If you stop before the cart, you have to start from scratch. The cart is your midpoint.
Okay.
Right in the beginning, the slide that you showed of sweeper, really the blue collar worker. Did you try this with them to see? I'm still wondering whether at that level it's easy for them. I mean, assuming they understand the product, which may need to be assisted, can they onboard by themselves? Did you try that at all?
We did not try with them. We tried with our colleagues who was not part of NPS before. So that was our stepping stone of testing, because we had to build first and then test with them. So that it was a very limited time to do the testing. But the testing, what we intended for was to understand whether people understood what we are intending to, and the flow and the reiterated flow that did not exist earlier.
There are two target audiences. One is the informal sector and another is the youth. You've done
for the youth. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just wondering whether they need a very different experience.
Get the testing done for both.
Yeah.
And also we have also tried where there's an assisted method also, which we did not build on. So we build on the method where we are doing, the youth is doing through a phone. In case there are these Akshaya centers and other things where people go to do all the financial or government related stuff. So they would have something that is quite different from what is on the app side. Because let's say one family might have different Aadhaar but one phone number attached to that Aadhaar. There were scenarios of that sort. So how do you manage that? So things of that sort is what we are also seeing. How do we work around, which we are also trying to figure out.
So it's a app-based thing you are pushing, or is like a web component?
It's an app. It's an APK. So what you saw right now is actually.
So APK, how you will push the download and the fundamentally for any APK-based solution, first thing people should know that and they should download that particular thing, because that's the starting point.
Yeah. So for right now, we manually load it onto my.
Because the first thing is the onboarding app is like how people know that's something available in App Store and you have to do it. And second point on the entire, have you done some sort of security testing and basic stuff like if uh, uh, somebody want to take it forward and do it like you on immediate basis, how far the app is ready on the security and other part, like particularly device side security?
They're asking about device security if you want to implement it at the moment.
There are a lot of issues actually related to apps, particularly
Yes.
when you put, because Android is a very open ecosystem,
Yes.
lot of app proliferate on that particular thing. So when we talk about application security, because that's the first and fundamental thing. Web has different method, but app has. So fundamentally, how security aspects has to be taken care.
So what we tried in the initial problem statement that we got was how are we attempting the problem statement? Are we
No,
understanding?
some basic tests like it's not working on jailbroken device.
For now, we
some
have
basic
encrypted
tests.
some information like age and like the plan is like each information is encrypted for now, and once we move in the production, we can put more like.
I think
harder
because that is what my suggestion. If you build it going forward, this prototype, so point is like think from the device security point of view, because if it's
Yeah,
an
currently
app only, that's the
there
most
is
important
yeah.
point. Second, on the use of AI, when we talk about like entire, because right now it's a context and general information. As you go along, any thought of, like what kind of framework you will build this particular thing, like because a lot of sensitive data is around the application, my own PI data, name, age, address, so many things. So how you are making sure that those informations are completely air gapped from the environment? Any thought on that?
Yeah, so the idea for that was ki, we are only giving the information of whatever is on the screen previously, which is all empty screen. So whatever information we are putting in the app, it is not accessible by the AI. It only knows what is it is asking information about that.
Okay.
One more question about your background. You are part of some startup, or how you for team members are associated?
Some of us are still studying in college last year. Some of us have just started job. So like it's we're all young professionals, but have done a couple of government projects before. So.
Okay.
So there are certain remarks, or maybe in your presentation you made. There are certain terms and terminologies, nomenclature in PFRDA we use, which is tier 1, tier 2, active choice, auto choice. But till now we have never realized in the field level there is another interpretation. You mentioned tier 1, tier 2 means people think that tier 1, tier 2 cities. Congratulations to you for bringing that angle to that. So that you want to classify tier 1 and tier 2 as a category 1 and category 2 accounts. Then the another is the remark made by you is the automatic and custom. So actually custom means that active choice. So you want to rename it. So good. And in our existing onboarding process, normally we do the KYC first, then we do the selection of funds and the choice of investment and all these things. So you reverse the process. So first you are identifying what is his need and what is his fund selection, everything. Then you go for the KYC process. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, my okay, started working. So thanks for a good presentation. You started with exploring plans. So you've started like calculators where somebody can extract choose one PFM and then some amount comes. But normally a subscriber or a prospect would like to see all the pension fund managers together. Today they are 10, then they could be 20 tomorrow. So is there any because I didn't see that in the thing. where everything, the entire chart can be seen together.
Invest, and then that gives a cumulative value of assumption of how much. So you give risk as high, low, medium, high, low, and then that gives an approximate value of how much your investment
But
could be.
it is giving pension fund manager wise. You have to choose either Kotak
That comes
or
later.
SBI. That comes later.
Once you get inside, and then you get to choose the pension fund manager.
Yeah.
So inside means on the card itself, there is an option that is right below, which shows how much the estimated value of what you've entered before for each pension fund manager would be.
There is no snapshot, because see, then a person will have to try out 20 times to find out the right pension fund manager.
It's in one snapshot.
It's in one snapshot?
Yes,
Okay,
it's in one
then it's fine. If it's there, it's fine. Okay. Huh? Thank you.
So if you see here, if I queue all options, so each pension fund manager,
It's there right from top to bottom.
it's there from right from top to bottom.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Veda Arvind. Now I would like to call Aditya Veer Singh for next generation NPS onboarding architecture. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start with a quick round of introduction. We are two people as a team. I am Pankaj Goyal. I was senior director of VRise. I was working as in data science. And with me, Aditya Veer has joined.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I was CTO of VRise for last 7 years, and both of us are IT Kanpur alumni, and yeah, we have worked on this problem. Yeah. Pankaj will go through the presentation.
So we have created a very small presentation. We'll walk you through actually the demo that we have created, but I wanted to highlight what all features, what is the design methodology behind it. We have thought of the user where we don't want to clutter the user with too much information in a single page. Wherever there is a context required, either the AI would pop up the information or there'll always be a context provided, like annuity. What is annuity? People don't know. Nominee. I have tested this with my maid. She said, what is nominee? I told them, who will get the pension after you? That is what we are trying to figure out. In this entire flow, we have kept the information limited, where one page would have either one or two information. In case more information is required, there'll be an automated coach that would appear that will teach the user how to use it. And of course, there's an AI assistant. We have included that, which was not there earlier, which I'll also show you a demo of. So I'll jump right to the demo. So the first page itself starts with the language, because if the person doesn't understand English or Hindi, he cannot move forward. So if let's select Hindi. And I'll talk you through the features, whatever we have included in this. Let's say the person starts with 3. It shows an error there itself. You are entering the wrong number. Great. Purposefully I have entered less numbers. It is again showing an error. And this is particularly a card we have included because India is obsessed with being a crorepati. So we have given them a clear indication that if you spend 5,000 rupees per month, you will become a crorepati in 29 years. That's the intent behind this advertisement. The first time the user logs in, we'll ask for the date of birth, and based on this, we can transfer the user to Vatsalya or the normal account. Once the user logs in, after that, it will not be asked. There'll be an OTP. And then there's the consent for CKYC. So again, the same design feature is included everywhere. If the user is not able to, has missed something, the UI will prompt the user to move ahead. So here what we have included majorly 3 kinds of flows. One is a guided flow, where if the user is new, we have put it there, it will take more time. There is one calculator flow, where the user can explore what NPS is. It's not a calculator, it's a financial planner. It tells you why NPS is required. It tells you, I'll talk you through that. And then there is a quick setup for all the advanced user like you and me who understand what the setup is. So for this purpose, let us go through guided flow. Yeah, and then there is an AI flow also. If I just open this up, it will give us a coach, which will define what all features are there in this. And it also talks.
यह NPS के बारे में सिखाते हुए आगे बढ़ाता है. आप क्या करना चाहेंगे? 1. गाइडेड फ्लो में ले चलें. 2. NPS क्या है? 3. मेरे और सवाल हैं. अपनी पसंद बोलें या टैप करें.
So this is an AI feature that we have included. It's very contextual. It doesn't throw out random check boxes to select. Based on which step you are, what information have you provided, it suggests the next step. For example, here it has talked about guided flow में जाना है, कहाँ जाना है. So the first question is guided flow में चले, either continue there or you can continue with NPS क्या है और मेरे कुछ और सवाल हैं. Let's say if I press NPS क्या है. And you can also see the language, the date of birth is stored here. As the information is getting, the backend is storing all the data.
NPS एक पेंशन योजना है जहां आप हर महीने निवेश करते हैं और 60 साल में पेंशन पाते हैं. स्क्रीन पर मुख्य फायदे देख सकते हैं. अब आप क्या करना चाहेंगे? 1. फॉर्म भरना जारी रखें. 2. अपनी पात्रता जांचें. 3. अपनी पेंशन का अनुमान लगाएं. 4. NPS को अन्य विकल्पों से तुलना करें. अपनी पसंद बोलें या टैप करें.
So what we have done here is, you can see we have integrated both the flows. There's a text flow, there's a voice flow. There's a text which is too large to read. If it's a normal TTS, it just reads out all the thing. But we have parsed it with LLM, and then only parses important information and tells that through voice. The rest of the information the user can look at and read through. And then there are other options. Let's say if I press, now you have got the idea. Let's go back to the form. You can actually interrupt the flow. You can check in middle key what is the eligibility of APY. It will go to that flow. आप क्या काम करते हैं? Let's say I don't know. And you can also see this NPS Sathi is a small persistent bounce there. This is just to make the user aware that it is available whenever you want to use. Then you can select these either you are central government or state government. It will tell you 14% and all the details. Tax parte hain. Then again, this is the start of the journey where a coach will appear. It will show this is a progress journey. Throughout the journey, the user can go back and forth as he needs. The next one is the details. This is the NPS Sathi, which is formally introduced here. See, if you see, there's a contextual help also that would occur if you wait for 10 or more, 20 or more seconds. Even if you have failed the validation check twice, it will also appear. It's very contextual. Then this is the last step, aage badhe. Let's say I enter. We have built validation checks throughout the process. You can see 2 अक्षर का limited नाम होना चाहिए. It cannot be P. I need to enter my full name. Let's enter a wrong PAN number. सही PAN डालें. Immediate feedback. And then there are click and upload buttons. It's a dummy right now, but basically it does the same thing. It populates the data. You can click, you can upload. Then there's an email which is an optional, which it's self is showing here, zaruri nahi hai. Save करें and आगे बढ़ें. Once the CKYC is fetched, the photo is there, the address is pulled from the CKYC, and then other details are there for the user to verify. So we have created the entire flow, so it's all information. Let me just, and you can see the design methodology we have used. We have never used a drop down because it's hidden. Some people don't know how to click, so we have created boxes. Let's say I am married, so it will open to ask my wife's name. If I'm not married, it will continue with my father's name, and it will show me a live demo of how my card would look like. Sorry. Let's say I want my mother's name. No problem. So it shows a live representation. Yeah. And then in middle, we have also added some educational data, like why start now? Basically to keep the motivation high. The user has gone through 4-5 steps. Now he might be a little tired. To keep him motivated, we have told कि अगर आप 5 साल बाद invest करते हैं, you are losing out on 42 lakh rupees. This is what we are telling here. Then हर महीने कितना invest करना चाहते हैं? As rightly pointed out by the jury, the users sometimes don't know. We have created that flow also. पता नहीं, मुझे समझाओ. And one thing I also wanted to point out, what we have done here is that there will be a soft nudges everywhere throughout. Here if you see, if I enter 5,000, ज़्यादा निवेश करें, हर 500 से pension काफी बढ़ती है. And you can add just 500 rupees and it adds. So the way we are doing right now is by 2 ways, monthly expenses or your salary. Let's say I enter my monthly expenses as 30,000. I live in Bangalore, sorry. And it shows me how much I need to invest. I can edit this. But ज़्यादा निवेश करने के लिए यहाँ पे दबाएं. Let's say I change this or I can add this. कम करके. Let's say the user only wants to invest 1,000 rupees. But based on his expenses, our model is suggesting pension खर्चा से कम हो सकती है, राशि बढ़ाने का सोचें. Then there are other assumptions that we are showing here, महंगाई and all the assumptions that we have taken. So for the advanced user, for the users who know about this, they can go through and explore. And of course, the AI is also prompted, I think. Okay. See, the AI is again throwing a contextual message there, 500 dabaye and all of that. Now, this is the heaviest page that we have created. We tried to reduce this page to minimalist, but this is the best we could achieve in 30 days time. So we have introduced a coach there who explains what all details you need to fill. And then we have also designed, if you see, SBI pension fund, you can choose common scheme, Akramak, Tej, aggressive. This is how it looks like. Plan ki puri jankari mein we can include all the information that the SBI pension fund is providing. And कुल जमा राशि को कैसे हो रहा है? It is telling you from 31 to 46 you are submitting 15,845 per month. आपका पैसा बढ़ता रहेगा, and then there's this whole amount collected and how you would get the money. And it is just showing a small snippet. If you invest this much, you will get this much. Let's say I go, and there is an AI selected if we want to suggest SBI or any other pension fund that we plan to. If I select it, it automatically selects and it tells आगे बढ़े, or I can change it. Then again, so again, the design philosophy is ask less from the user as much as possible. As I have already entered father's name, I just need to click Pita. It'll always fill the name, but other information is not there apart from father and mother's name, so you need to fill. You enter the age. Okay. So there again validation checks. Your father cannot be younger or 10 years older than you. This is all auto fetch from CKYC if you want to enter more information. And if you see, there is a button which I don't know why. Okay, I need to reload this. And then this is the final check where you're getting all of the details for you to verify. You can change those. Just press the edit button and you get that page. Once you approve those, before just payment, that is the most anxiety step where the user has to pay. So what we have done is we have included one more confidential that your money is safe with us, who all is involved in this, PFRDA ke dwara hai, and all of those information here, and how many people have already invested in this to build more trust. And then this is just a dummy payment page. And then what are the next steps? Aapki kab kategi? And then you can also take feedback from the user here. Then there's also an option to share, which will pre-form a text that I've invested in NPS. I want you to also invest. You can send it through WhatsApp and all of those. I have one more flow which I didn't talk through. So there's always a calculator available. I'll show you. This has
For
learned.
users, we recommend Guide Me. It educates you about NPS as you go. What?
Learn NPS. So we have created different offline flows. This doesn't require any AI. For the users who doesn't have proper internet connection, this is for those users. The chatbot is a 1000 flow. Basically, whatever flow you choose, it will adjust to that. But these are some static flows where it will guide you through how much you can invest, and then based on that, how much you'll get. Then returns, you get back this much. Then cost of delay, it compares. If you invest late, like 3 years I've taken a time, any date I change, it will change ki 28 May. You are losing 71 lakhs just because of this. And then you can see the tax benefit. I think there's a incentive to only keep 60% as non-taxable. So if you go for 80%, there'll be an additional tax that is showing there. So this is just a flow. I'll also walk you through these are learning things. These are plan and calculate, where we have created flows. Basically what we think is calculator in itself is a good solution, but in the onboarding flow also it is required when the user is taking that decision. So we have included it here. I want X pension. So this flow starts something different. I have X to invest. Like I have this much money to invest, मुझे pension बता दो, या फिर मेरे को इतनी pension चाहिए, कितना करना चाहिए. And then there are people who are also asking कितनी pension चाहिए, मुझे वही बता दो. And then there are advanced calculators, which is a standard entire form which you can fill to get. Then there's comparison you can do. We have these are all offline, so we have also kept AI voice guide as offline. These are preloaded on the system, so that if someone doesn't have internet, they can work through, and then take action is the last invest now. And this is a working flow of AI. I can show you that also if the jury is interested. Let's say I ask, मुझे APY की eligibility बताओ. If you see here, I haven't pressed continue. It has automatically detected when I've stopped talking, and it has, okay, I have stopped the voice, but it is asking me the way that we have structured the AI. There's a question always that what AI.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपकी APY अटल पेंशन योजना की पात्रता चेक करता हूँ.
Yeah. So there's always a question that AI, if AI would start hallucinating, what would happen then? The way we have designed this whole architecture, the AI only does the orchestration part. This UI component is already rendered. It will have the fixed color, fixed UI already there. The AI just has to call that function. AI will not generate the code for generating the UI. Similarly, AI is, there are validation checks that we have built behind that. It will not let me do that. So we right now have used Claude, which is a very good model that has, we have written a 2600 line prompt which orchestrates this entire flow.
So not MCP.
Not MCP, right?
Okay, fine.
Let's say I type, I want to go shopping. Then I'll also show you if it nudges the user. If let's say I wanted APY and I start with, it's for 18 to...
check your APY eligibility. First one.
So I will do it 51, let's say 51, I'm not eligible for APY. I'll press this. So it auto nudges. You're not eligible for APY. It will also start.
समझ में आया आपकी उम्र 51 साल है दुर्भाग्यवश APY अटल पेंशन योजना सिर्फ 1840 साल की उम्र के लिए है आप 51 साल के हैं तो APY के लिए पात्र नहीं है लेकिन अच्छी खबर है अगला कदम क्या है 1 कंटिन्यू फिल फॉर्म 2 NPS से कितनी पेंशन मिलेगी 3 NPS को अन्य
So you can see it is also nudging. We have built a demo for this. This needs more refinement. Like 18 to 40 needs to be pronounced correctly. Thank you. I think we are using Servam API for this. Yeah. So they have released a 60 million model, which is like 250 MBs. It could be run on edge devices. They haven't open sourced it. So you're using an API right now. But we believe that it would become mainstream and it would be there on the, yeah. So, yeah. Cool. I think this is our entire demo, if anything is left.
Let me start by congratulating you on a very completed model. I think you've put in a great amount of effort and I think you've researched it quite comprehensively. So it's not just onboarding, but you have brought in many other aspects. So well done on that.
Thank you.
Just a point on this, you have conceived as fully a do-it-yourself journey.
Yeah.
So you expect people to pick it up.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, the same question which I asked the earlier team, do you really expect that the lower income, less educated will be able to navigate this? And did you try to test it at all, which was probably asked earlier also?
So I think we would need more data for this, but what we have done is I have asked my maid to use it. We were sitting in a cafe, there was one person, like techie guy, we asked him also. From there we got the feedback ki, first of all, there's a lot of features, like voice was interrupting the user. So whenever the user starts speaking, the voice automatically gets interrupted. Those kind of features. Then coach was introduced because of that. I was very excited to introduce voice, but the user didn't even click on voice. So coach was introduced. So those kind of features we had to include. Of course, I don't think there are certainly more improvements that we can do, but that we need to explore. We need to ask more users for that. But we have done one, I think with two people we have done. And that's a very small data set.
No, but the other point is, given the fact that you've experimented reasonably well with some AI, you've said Claude or whatever, but the question really is that you would not want data to flow to that AI engine.
Yeah.
So what is the prevention or what's the mechanism to prevent outflow of data?
So there are two things. We designed this for calculator. Right now, it will not take PAN card or any other PII information as an input. Calculator only needs your age and all the other details which are non-personally identifiable. Another thing is we believe that for this kind of a setup, it could be a smaller model that we could deploy instead of using Claude. The Claude is something I tried that, but I think it will need much more AI engineering per se, which I think in the limited time we would not be able to do. So we have used the best model, but eventually we should be able to reach for an SLM, and even the other India, basically this AI for Bharat, Bhashini, these guys are already trying with smaller models, SLMs. And even Sarvam has done it for voice model. They haven't open sourced it yet. So we are hoping that it will become that, and then the AI would become actually secure. Right now it's just prompts, which is not allowing the user to go. But again, this could be like, if let's say US wants to get that information, they could change the prompt from backend. That is not avoidable right now.
The other thing would be to put a wrapper over the AI, basically input output, and do regex matches with PAN card, Aadhaar numbers, and basically wipe out the data before it is sent to the server as such. So that would be the solution if we allow the generic question.
For confidential computing or SLM behind the firewall, you can do either of them.
Yeah.
That entire workflow you have captured, but I am having one doubt. The first screen itself, you are, can you just go to the first screen next, where you are directly going for the mobile number?
Yeah.
Now, if I am clicking send OTP, you are asking for date of birth, right?
Yeah.
What is the purpose there? Because I want to have some cross questions.
This is basically what I have, as you can see, first time it would ask the OTP. The next time user logs in, it will not ask because...
No. But it was asking in the other place also. Now my question is that why you have introduced a date of birth to check whether he is based on the age, he is eligible to go forward or something like that.
So there are two intents of this. One, we want to move him to Vatsalya also, which we haven't explored. That is minors, NPS below 18. Another is that was just a design decision that OTP comes in some time. Meanwhile, we can enter something. We have entered date of birth, which will also help us in deciding the flow, the next flows that we are suggesting. That was the intent.
You are saying that date of birth is having some relevance here.
Yeah.
That value or whatever that age is having some relevance there. You are putting this date of birth to capture the age only, right?
Yeah. And we are also using it later on to just show the user. There's in this, I think this is a new. In the CKYC journey, we are also showing the user his age. Just
only one danger is because now we are, the attempt is to make it more popular, right? The only thing is that whether you are have captured or identified this OTP flooding or those kind of aspect in the initial screen itself, because you have said that you have tried with your maid and all.
Yeah.
So assume if I am having your maid's mobile number and all, this platform someone can use for some kind of SMS flooding, that kind of thing. Any rate limiting or that aspect you have considered or not? You understood the scenario, right? I know your mobile number. I can try n number of times, and for even I can try with sir's number also. That OTP flooding is possible.
Got it. OTP rate limiting.
Because
so as of now we have
no, not in the other aspects and all. Just because in the first screen itself. Anyway, we are making attempt to popularize the entire thing, right? So it can. Our intention is that this app will be used by multiple people in multiple, even all sectors. So there is slight possibility for that thing. You check on that aspect because you can revise. I'm just giving us some OTP flood rate limiting or even timeline, some 10 minutes or that kind of thing you have to explore, because
we haven't built
first screen itself that possibility is there. That is the only thing. It's a suggestion only.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, otherwise everything was good.
Thank you.
So on two parts. First part on the entire user interface. So I'm curious to know this because we are showing the progress actually, and the progress, if you see, we are showing 12 steps here. So what's the feedback of user? Generally, 12 step is considered as a very long process, and we are showing number. Though the process may be one field, two field, but obviously at first screen I don't know how the process may be. So if you are putting 12 as a number there, and we are going step by step, then you what kind of feedback? Because fundamentally people keep it in phases actually, and they say this is on. Just like to say that because 12 is a bigger number.
Yeah,
that is what first point. Second point on the entire, because here the AI use is very very limited. So architecturally point of view, because you worked in this space, what's the right thought actually? Because right now any of the model you talk, even we have seen this particular thing, the kind of latency we are getting here, and as the number of user will go, like we say like thousands of user and concurrency, then obviously it will again impact the overall latency and everything. And user experience is like always like immediately. If I ask question, people want to like it should start immediately. So fundamentally, any sort of caching and different AI engineering aspect, because this corpus is very limited, is not something which is very.
So we indeed have thought of this. We can do semantic caching for this, where it doesn't store ki how old is this. If you ask the question other way around, कि आपकी age क्या है या age, just age, it will store that semantic context, and based on that, if it is already asked by a user, it will store that input, and it doesn't have to call the LLM for that. It will just pull the data from that semantic caching. That is one way to solve it.
Because we have to see that one part, important part, like the overall acquisition cost also. Because we can use AI, but fundamentally, what's the cost of my journey? When you use Edge, then obviously we have to see the size and the kind of compute, battery requirement, the kind of handset we are talking, whether all those. So I think the concept is good, but these are some suggestions from my point of view. Like, and you can pick up for him too.
Yeah.
So one thing is, one thing could be ki over a period of time we get the idea that these are the things which are more used, and we can cache it. And basically, what happens is like there are not so many things. There are minimal things
Very
which
minimal.
people are using for. So you can maybe maximum 100 to 100 things. So that can be easily stored.
Yeah.
But yeah, for this one we have used like
because the speed and the cost both are important parameters.
But in this also we have built a rack, but I get your question that we need. That's why we think SLM would be one way edge devices where the model would not be hosted on the app, but it would be a native feature of the phone. We are just pulling it.
Sir, NPS Sati team, I have a quick response. So you have tried to build this app as a for all NPS needs. It's an app for all NPS needs. To maximum extent, you have achieved also. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So there are 2-3 things, positive things, like some of the soft nudges you mentioned. See, number of subscribers account open till now, and also you also try to have 3 journeys, right? The basic and assisted and also quick journey. So that's also good. But my through your NPS Sati app, I am coming and opening an account and started contributing. So after that, why should I come to this app once again? Is there any need? How we are going to make the people to come to your app repeatedly? Otherwise, if I open the account, then I will uninstall the app and go away. Why should I come to your app again and again?
Yeah, so normally I will tell you my experience, like I am NPS subscriber per se. So what happens is once in a while the use case is basically to see your the corpus and how it is moving. So that is one where the calculator comes. But frankly, we haven't really built anything in that. To be fair, it is only till onboarding and finance.
You suggested you can build some shopping also.
No, the AI doesn't allow you to do that.
Our AI declines of it.
Sorry?
Yeah,
pose that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, it's good, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for those compelling presentations. Now we are moving forward to problem statement 4, and we would like to call over the stage Ananya Biju for NPS Sathi, an AI native multilingual co-pilot for India's digital pension revolution and hyper-personalized wealth security. Over to you, Neil.
I understand that we are having a great time with listening to all the solutions, the innovative products built, but unfortunately we are running few minutes delayed. So we will be implementing a 12 minutes hard stop for presentation and then Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, so very warm good evening to one and all present here. I am Ananya Biju, and today me and my team will be presenting NPS Sathi, an AI native multilingual co-pilot for India's digital pension revolution and hyper-personalized wealth security system. So we're a group of 4, myself Ananya, Anne Rose, Anne Sunny and Cristino. We are second year students at Christ College of Engineering, Kerala. So now moving on to the agenda overview, we will be covering the problem statement, system architecture and core decision engines. Over to Anne Sunny for the problem statement.
So the problem statement. Before I move on to the problem statement, one second. Hello? Okay. So before I move on to the problem statement, the first problem statement, the problem they stated is multilingual user base. So if I say something, for example, pension engane kitta. Most of you might not have understood what I have said. So India is a country with different states. So it is very difficult for the people to understand different languages. Sometimes some of them doesn't know English. As a result, there poses a problem. The next one is policy complexity. Pension policies are definitely very hard or they are very complex. So it is just like reading terms and conditions. As a result, many people feel it confusion, many confusions occurs. So that's the another problem faced. So for example, a real-time thing that happened is my grandmother, her pension suddenly stopped coming. As a result, she was like, she didn't know who to call. The policies were very complex and there were many language barriers, etc. So that is why we thought, why not we implement this in our NPS Sathi.
All right, moving on to the key user pay points. See, imagine you're a user and you're from a small town and you're using the small town that has been using NPS for many years. So if this person opens up the portal, initially you see a lot of things related to finance and a lot of things in English. The common man may not be able to understand that, right? So what the problem over here is actually language, which actually acts as a barrier. We have the information, but we don't have the confidence. So the problem number one is accessibility. Second problem is the calculation challenges, the complexity related to it. If you want to estimate your pension, you need to know all the formulas regarding it. And if you make even a small error, then your entire financial planning, that will just disappear. So the problem over here is that we cannot just blindly trust assumptions. We need proper advice, and also we need proper calculations to be done. That is the core issue. Clarity, trust, and accessibility form the main gap over here.
Then comes to the overview. Our model is mainly based on the modular AI-powered architecture. This is actually a system which divides into different sections, and each section performs different tasks. For example, if a user enters a question, a system will understand the question. The other module verifies the question and checks, collects the data. Another one secures the data, and the other module shows the answer.
All right, now let's move on to the core decision engine. The first one is forecast. So basically this answers the question of how much pension am I going to get. So we'll be showing you in the prototype that we'll be taking simple inputs from the user, such as the monthly contribution, age, etc. And then based on existing financial formulas and the past trends, the pension corpus will be calculated, and how it will grow over the time also will be calculated. This will be displayed later on. So it gives a future picture of how the savings are done. Suppose if I invest 5,000 rupees per month, okay? So it will show me the future estimated pension corpus as well as how much I get every month. The second one is the simulation software. So here again, there are 3 points: scenario-based outcomes, probabilistic modeling, and user empowerment. It basically answers the question, what happens if things do not go as planned, right? Because see, life is unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen next. Problems might arise. So here it shows you the best case scenario, a middle scenario, and also the worst case scenario. So we use a probabilistic modeling, which is highly advanced, and also it enables user empowerment.
Then comes to the recommendation engine. It gives you personalized advice. The personalized advice is mainly from the data we have stored into the account. And next comes the risk assessment. So risk assessment refers, like, it analyzes your account and it detects whether you're a young people can take risk. So they will suggest something which gives you larger return, which has a higher risk. And for older people, sometimes they may recommend something which is safer. Then comes to the actionable insights. Not only posting down the actual data what we require, they give some actions, like you could change it to that something. You could change the number of durations, so on. Then comes to the policy engine overview. And the policy engine, we would get automated regulator interpretation. AI makes it simpler. The policy engine automates the interpretation, complex pension regulations. Like, as I said before, they convert the complex pension into simple policies. Multilingual document processing. They read different language documents and will be able to interpret in different languages. Then comes the compliance and updates. The NPS Sati keeps on updating its data.
All right, now moving on to the enterprise tech stack. So basically, when we designed NPS Sati, we wanted to make it scalable, fast, and reliable. For the backend, we used Fast API so that it is more efficient. The user requests are used more efficiently. For frontend, we used React, and for AI processing, we made use of LLMs, large language models. Then, in order to make meaningful responses and to handle the complex workflows, we use LangGraph, and it basically, handles all the reasoning, design engine, data flow, etc. The vector database that we use is FAISS, and it allows it to be fast and helps in accurate search. We also used RAGs for AI response evaluation. So that is our tech stack.
So more into the vector DBS. It gives you the semantic indexes, that is giving a smart way of representing the data. So when we require a data, it could collect the data very efficiently. Then comes to the scalable storage. It enables multiple users to be used. And similarity search. For example, we search for money after retirement. Not only we get the money, the searches including the money after retirement, we would get pensions also. And next slide.
So about the land graph overview, this dynamic updates and land graph facilities dynamic updates that reflect regulatory changes, ensuring that users always have access to the most current and accurate pension information, and about connectivity, which links the pension policies, profiles and design logic, ensuring seamless integration and accessibility across the entire pension management system, and explainability is enhanced by providing clear and understandable connection between user input and AI driven decision output, fostering user trust and confidence. So thank you for your attention. So NPS SATI transforms the complex financial data into intelligent, actionable decision, empowering every citizen to plan their future with confidence. Thank you. So next, move to the prototype.
Alright, so this is our prototype. So here we have reached the dashboard. In the dashboard, here you can see the monthly contribution. So the monthly contribution, actually we are giving it as an input in the account, which means that when you register, when you sign in, you give your details over here, like your full name, your age, what is your occupation, retirement age, and here are the financial details, the monthly income, monthly contribution, what is the current NPS corpus right now, and what percent do you return as an expected return, and also what is the risk that you are willing to take. Then based on that, the dashboard is created, and out of which we get the projected corpus and as well as the monthly pension. So here we also have the retirement readiness score, which is also calculated based on the inputs that we give. We also have AI insights over here. Here, as you can see, increased equity exposure by 10% for better long-term growth potential, etc. Then moving on to our core feature, which is the AI assistant.
So in AI assistant, we could ask any questions. It could be of any language. Over here, we have implemented some of the languages, about 9 languages. I request Christino to ask a question. Okay. So this would take some latency. Why? Because multiple heavy components are happening, like
Monte Carlo simulation as well as the RAG engine simulation.
Yeah, thank you. So as a result, it takes a little amount of time, and you could also get suggested questions like what is NPS, how does it work, what are the tax benefits, etc. And there would be a voiceover. We could even give voiceovers, and we could change the text. Okay.
പെൻഷൻ സംവിധാനം NPS ഒരു പങ്കാളിത്ത പെൻഷൻ സംവിധാനമാണ്. NPSന് കീഴിൽ വരിക്കാർ അവരുടെ വ്യക്തിഗത പെൻഷൻ അക്കൗണ്ടുകളിലേക്ക്.
Yeah, so we could hear the voice note, the response from the AI agent, and this is the main feature. We can even change the languages from Malayalam to other languages also. So we were first planning to use Bhashni AI, but then due to some constraints, we are now using Gemini because we get the faster API, etc. And it's also more efficient and feasible.
So then we have the pension simulator. This is an additional feature. So here you can input parameters like the current age, retirement age, again monthly contribution, expected return, what is your risk level, etc. And when you run your simulation, you get the worst case, median case, and the best case scenario. Also, the probability distribution is seen in graphs. Now moving on to the retirement forecast. Again, it shows your profile details as we had inputted before, and we can observe the projected retirement purpose as well as the lump sum and an annuity over here. Now moving on to policy knowledge.
So here search pension rules, circulars and regulatory guidance from this, and this all includes the documents we found, which is NPS withdrawal, tax benefits under NPS, and comparison guides like etc. So that's for today. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Question really is, where do you see you've added value more than what already exists? Because I get a sense that on certain websites that already exist, such information is available. Of course, you have brought in the whole concept of the AI, but you are not exploring different schemes. So I was just wondering, did you go through that part where you saw different schemes and therefore different results? Because your attempt really is to try and bring AI and therefore different languages into a financial education and literacy concept where you're helping people to better understand what are the pension schemes and solutions. So that's what I just to get, how did you go about it?
The way that AI uses the for different policies is scraping the and the websites of it scrapes the original website of NPS and performs the necessary calculations according to the knowledge that were given by the users, and it suggests them.
Okay, only one thing I am having, because I was able to follow the Malayalam translations and all which you have made. Still, I feel that you have to improve, because again, for a common man, it is difficult to understand what it is being displayed. So you have to improve on that aspect, because it is a kind of exact translation of what is available in the website or other thing. You have to make it more simple so that any tea shopper or anyone can easily understand that too. Okay. Yeah, anyway, best wishes.
We actually wanted to implement using Bhashini API, but we were unable to integrate with that. We faced a lot of complications with that. So we went with the Google API.
Any thought on, because a lot of AI being used, and particularly on the real-time conversation and similar kind of things. So any thought like how you are monitoring the performance of, because the AI itself has a fundamental challenges like a lot of hallucination, data drift, and all those. So how you are monitoring? There should be some monitoring mechanism built into it, or any thought around it, like how we'll see how things are working, not working, what these agents are responding, that kind of thought.
We are still in the we are still learning about this right now. So we will definitely look into
that
it.
Will be very important aspect. If any AI, but obviously there should be proper monitoring, and you mentioned in your slide, like explainability. That is another dimension to it. So please consider all those things when
Yes,
you're
sir, sure.
Okay.
Anyway, being a second year student, we appreciate the effort. Okay, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation, Ananya Biju. Now I would like to call Sri Hari Kaushik. They are presenting on NPS Smart Retirement Coach, AI-powered multilingual pension intelligence assistant. Over to you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sri Kaushik. I work as a software engineer in a fintech. I work in anti-money laundering and enterprise risk finance tech team. So I didn't know about NPS much before registering to this hackathon. So I started my research around it. So I tend to do simulation before investing or taking any decision. So I went to existing NPS tool, calculator tool, and I found some of the discrepancies or some of the flaws which can be improved. So, one second. Which can be improved, which are the inflation gap. I couldn't simulate any inflation. It was showing a big corpus amount, but and the pension amount which I'm getting. But and if someone else was using it other than me, like if they don't know much about the finance, right? And they might think their life is set. So we need that inflation simulator. And one more thing I noticed is I didn't know much about finance wordings like annuity, LC 75, etc. So there was a complexity banner. I tried to search around it. Then I found a chatbot in that NPS calculating tool, and in that that is only showing in English. And one more thing is it was reading from the document. It was not generating, or it was not personalized to me to understand. And as it was not only in English, there was a language barrier, and yeah. And so I developed a smart coach which assists in every single step. It's a hybrid intelligence architecture. We use React 18, and we also added inflation simulator to that. And I also added like what if scenarios, like if user wants to invest a bit more, like what if I invest 2000 more, what if I invest 5000 more, like those kind of things we implemented there. Yeah, these are the 5 different languages that we added as a prototype, but it can be scalable up to more than 10 plus languages. Like yeah, this is what we can simulate between 3 to 12% of inflation in our web. I'll show you the demo. This is the pre-populated like app. I added like to reach larger scale audience. We added a voice coach here. It can guide you through each and every step. And as NPS tool was a single section, and that was kind of confusing to understand. I divided the same sections into 3 different parts. One is your profile. One is your profile, where you select where you're working, what's your date of birth.
XYZ. So
Sorry, that was our voice coach guiding us, and we can select all kind of investment style. And if you don't get it, I added a voice chat, live chat here. Where our AI model will answer, and this is a session based thing, so no data is stored. It's on the live, and user can interact with it, ask any kind of questions, and it is truly designed towards only NPS. If you ask anything other than NPS, it will not. It will redirect you to the NPS topic only. And this my date of birth. I added, like, I have 34 years to build corpus. Same. I added a money, how much I want to invest. They can increase that annual contribution. We added a note here where user can check what if based on the preset annual contribution and expected investment return. It will show, like, what if you invest 2k more, like just below the monthly contribution we added, so that user can it will nudge user to okay, I am already investing this much, just a 2000 more, like I'll get a 1 crore plus. And my retirement goals, and I want to get 30,000 monthly pension, and inflation rate we added as 6%. It is a slider, you can simulate. And here we added as a tracker, a kind of indicators. It's a traffic indicator kind. If users overall investment, whatever the pension they are getting, it covers less than 50% of their goal, then it is in the red side, and they need more. They need to invest more, or they can get the guidance from there. And if it's greater than 50% and less than 75%, is on the yellow track. They are on the track, but to be on the safer side, they need to reconsider the investment plan. And we are on the green side, which is greater than 75%. And here also we added multiple comparisons here, like 2k, 5k, how much they will get if they invest 5k, and 10k and 20k here. And coming to the we added a voice chat here, like our assistant. So whoever, like, it can be switched to any languages, already told, like Hindi, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil. We added these 5 languages, main 5 languages, and it can read out loud in any preferred language. And also I added Ask Arjun. So this is our AI assistant, and it will guide me. What if I don't understand anything? It will guide me through it. Like if I ask, like, explain annuity in simple words. So I just added as a XYZ. So it will guide me, like what is annuity, and all those things. And we added a speaker here. It can read out whatever it's generated, and this, to note this, like, this is personalized, generated only specifically for you. And this, as I mentioned, this is a session based. If I close this and reload this page, everything will be clear. Yeah, thank you. If you have any queries.
So just question, you said you're working in the AML space. So
yeah,
is it something that you're doing on your own, or you're working with somebody?
No, I'm doing on my own. Yeah, I was interested in this.
So are you doing background checks and things like that in the AML space?
I do on the data quality controls part.
Not the onboarding journey.
Not the onboarding journey. Of the part I'm maintaining the risk part.
Okay, okay. No, I'm very happy to see you getting involved in this and trying to, figure out what is wrong with the current and how you can improve the current, education tools that are available. There are many different aspects to this whole thing. So I just feel that, if you can continue with your efforts, it will help us a lot.
Yeah.
And we should be able to, utilize your skills. So I would just encourage you to continue to work on this.
Sure. And also one more feature is this can be scalable. Our assistant can be scalable across. This can be added as an play and plug part also. We can develop an SDK that's in the version 2. It can be applicable across all the NPS. And as this is live, currently we are doing, and also on the onboarding process also we can plug it and we can assist.
Yeah, one suggestion from my side. Anyway, as sir said, you have having enough research on that aspect, but still, from the you can just go through the mighty site of accessibility standards, and you can try to integrate whatever that is as per the requirement of the Government of India accessibility standards, and you can make it more attractive and so that it will reach more people also.
Yeah, we are working on.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Just another suggestion: whenever and wherever we are using AI, particularly in the terms of giving some sort of advice and all those things, it should be clearly nudged and that or some sort of disclaimer or some sort of I'll say assurance, so that user can clearly understand that information is coming from AI, not from the human.
Yeah.
Some of this, what you prepared, can you input some data and see the result?
Yeah, we can input the data. Yeah. First, it will just ask for the question, like ask for the name, just to know who it's talking to, who our coach is talking to, and just name anything. Yeah. If you are retire government or private self or Vatsalya also we can track, and like government or private. Want to invest in conservative, moderate. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Select aggressive. I'll give.
Any data,
Yeah. I'll just give this one. Okay. Let's say user is 26 years old, and it will ask for like current NPS balance and how much you want to invest. Currently, I just want to invest 15K. That's it. Immediately it will show here, and annual increase is 5%, which is a slider, and you can increase it, and expected return is 10%. I'm keeping
that slider. Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And coming to your goals part, where you set your goals, like when you want target retirement age and pension start age, and annuity percent, as per the latest 2026 guidelines, it is like up to 80%, 80-20 is also applied. It's mentioned here 2022 minimum 20% if corpus is greater than 12 lakhs, 100% if it's less than or equal to 8 lakh. And annuity percentage is also added here. And desired monthly pension, if you want to change, we can keep it 30,000. And inflation we can adjust 3 to 12%. And then if I calculate, it will show I'm at the 83%. I'm on the right track. I can change it if I'm investing just 12K. And the score will reduce to 67%. This will take inflation also as a key KPI. Yeah. Any queries?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Sri Hari Kaushik. Now I would like to call Pension Box for PB AI-powered multilingual NPS voice assistant.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. I think this is the last presentation of the day. I am Kuldeep. I'm the co-founder of a company called Pension Box. We have been in the space for about 4 years. I have Piyush with me here, who's the youngest software developer at our company. He's 21 and he's still in college. And today we are presenting what he's built throughout, and what we are going to present is something which you might already heard from multiple presentation, which is multilingual voice bot, but I'll tell you something which is a different story altogether. So today we are presenting PB, which is voice of NPS, and that's what we want to present going forward. We have been backed by Zerodha, we have been seen in Amazon Prime, and we have been the vocal force against NPS, saying that we should all do it, right? The overall idea about pension box is to improve the way of people retire, right? So a lot of people here who presented majorly focused, taught about a lot of which is Gen Z focused, or let's say the informal sector focused. But most of the journeys that they saw was basically focused on like us, the tech friendly people to talk about, right? We believe everyone has to have a pension account, and that's what we focus on. We are India's first and the fastest growing pension startup. We work with more than 150 plus companies. We recently presented about gig workforce as well. And today I'm going to present something which is little different from everyone else here, because we are not building our own journeys. You will not see any flow that has come up from our side. Which we are building is a plug and play that can be set across the platform, which is Protean, KFintech, any POP out there, and enable the same POP to offer more than what they can, right? Lot of young folks here, I know must be boring for talk about pension, retirement, this and that. Let me tell you briefly what pension is. So when we are young, we are working hard, we open a pension account. It could be anyone, right? We invest, or our employer invest, we keep saving in our pension account, and eventually we use that same savings for our own old age. That's called a pension account in a nutshell, right? Having said that, let me rephrase that back to our problem statement, because I don't want to talk about anything else apart from what we are here to solve for. We were told to develop or design an AI-powered multilingual assistance that can guide through a query journey or a pension guidance in a way. So I'm not here to onboard anyone, build a new journey which is not there in the market. I'm just here to plug and play that AI chatbot that is there, right? So just imagine, a lot of people talked about two problems, multilingual language barrier. But a lot of people in my parent generation, though they know English little bit, but they're not tech friendly. They don't know to click a button or not. They use YouTube or Instagram, but they use from the voice. They still send voice notes to use the WhatsApp, right? It's not that they don't know how to use it, they don't want to learn. It's just that it's more intuitive to them to learn the voice. They send you khana khaya, nahi khaya on a voice note. Why do you think that happened? Don't they know to click on that blue button and send a message? They do, but they prefer that voice command more, right? That's a second most important thing when it comes to language part of it. We know it, we used to tend audio-based commands, right? Third is the companies. Don't you think Protean or any other big CRA who's been dealing with multiple crores of people of part, they can't build AI chatbot? They can, right? It's just that they feel it will take another resource to build it. They majorly start off saying with English is the first language that we will cater to, or Hindi is the second language we will cater to, right? So there are three set of problems. One, someone in formal sector. Second, who are using WhatsApp and everything, but prefer audio as a channel to look at. Third, companies not building something for multilingual on their own way because they feel like English and Hindi generate enough money for me. Why should I go enter third language and hire 10 more people to support it? Simple, right? So multilingual is not just an individual problem, it's a threefold problem. Some people choose to do that, some people don't have it, they only know one language, and some people, which is like companies like us, build our apps first in English and Hindi, and we don't do it because we feel like this is enough for us to generate enough money, and we don't cater to the next language to look at. When you look at multilingual, I saw sir asking for sources, so I added the source in between is Census 2011, which says that only 67% of our audience knows one language, right? That is like one language that we know as a core. So if you go to a sector, so we are only, let's say 28 of the Indians are bilingual, 7% is trilingual, which is more than 3 languages in a way, right? So if you want to cater to the audience who only know one language, you can't start building from English or Hindi, and that becomes a problem to look at. What we built is exactly this. So it's a conversational plug and play bot which sits and navigates through multiple use cases. First use case, opening up your PRAN account, but only focuses on e-Shramik as a model because there the KYC can be delayed for a month or two, and then later can open up the account. So let's say you're doing it for a delivery partner, KYC can be done 1 month or 2 months later. First priority is to open the account for him, get the basic details done, open the account so that he has the pension coverage, right? Second, navigate and view. Imagine if you open up Protein and you don't know where to go and see a particular button, just ask, open and check my balance. It takes you to that particular screen where the Protein screen are, and then read out the words as well. So navigate and view both happen. So navigation done on that. Third, resolve queries. That's a very simple one. Everyone else have asked a question and answer it using a chatbot or whatnot. Can be done assisted journey as well. So the first layer is AI. Second layer is a human layer which answers and talk to you, so that in future if you need someone to talk to, and a lot of people who are in their 60s and 65 or 70s, they want people to talk, and that's a higher AUM that they can bring to NPS once it is assisted. So imagine PF money comes out, you want someone to come out to NPS, and NPS can say invested till 85. So if you want to look at an audience which is retired and can use pension box or can use assisted journey, this could be a way to look at. That's a third use case. Lastly, creating SIP and invest. The same way you can go click and create your SIP, you can ask the bot to say, you know what, I want to invest, and that's what exactly Piyush is going to show you. But these are the 4 major use cases we were able to figure out and solve within a week, because we also work on our own startup. So we didn't have enough time to work whole month. We worked for a week and then figure out a couple of use cases. Can be expandable more. So now over the demo, I'll exactly show you the same, this thing which is popping up, and then Piyush will take from there.
So, okay, like I'll start with the NPS onboarding flow, and yes, let us start. Hello. Okay. Hello.
There's a not connected, the internet. Login. Go to Canva. This is the Wi-Fi, not our network. This is the Wi-Fi across. 221, 221, 221, IJ 814. VU.com. Click on the new.
Hello.
Can you check? Hello.
Hello, I'm doing well, thank you. I'm your NPS assistant. How can I help you today?
मुझे हिंदी में बात करनी है.
मैं NPS contributions, portfolio balance, transactions या प्लान के बारे में मदद कर सकता हूँ. क्या जानना चाहते हैं?
मुझे अपना NPS खाता खोलना है.
वो तरीका बता रहा हूँ.
Apologies for the delay. We didn't expect to happen in the last presentation, but
No, it's enough. iPhone connect.
अभी iPhone कनेक्ट आ रहा है. This is a IIT high speed one, no? I think we'll try one. Sorry for the delay part of it. We'll try it again. Again, it's a plug and play. The screen that you see at the back could be changed to a protein or a K-fintech or anything. It just sits on the top of it and then help you navigate, do multiple flows what it can. Over to Piyush.
मुझे अपना NPS अकाउंट खोलना है. यही है ना?
नहीं ये दूसरा तो
Cool. So we'll try to do it and might make it. So मुझे अपना NPS अकाउंट खुलवाना है।
इस बार तो खुल जाना चाहिए।
नाम क्या है?
समझ गया, ये सिनेमा खोलने के लिए इतनी परेशानी होती है इससे। बट नाउ पीस, जन्म तारीख जैसे 15 जनवरी 1990।
मुझे अपना NPS अकाउंट खुलवाना है।
No, there's no audio. Start with 50 second.
मुझे अपना NPS अकाउंट खुलवाना है।
There's no audio on this.
समझ गया, देयर इज नो ऑडियो इन दिस। जन्म तारीख जैसे 15 जनवरी 1990।
अब आखिरी बार ट्राई करते हैं। हेलो
हेलो, आई एम डूइंग वेल, थैंक यू। आई एम योर NPS असिस्टेंट, हाउ कैन आई हेल्प यू टुडे?
मुझे हिंदी में बात करनी है।
मैं NPS कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस, पोर्टफोलियो बैलेंस, ट्रांजैक्शंस या प्लान के बारे में मदद कर सकता हूं। क्या जानना चाहते हैं?
मुझे अपना एक NPS अकाउंट खोलना है।
बहुत अच्छा, आपका NPS टियर एक खाता खोलते हैं। पहले आपका पूरा नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम पीयूष दीक्षित है।
समझ गया पीयूष दीक्षित। जन्म तारीख जैसे 15 जनवरी 1990।
5 मई 2004।
धन्यवाद। 10 अंकों का मोबाइल नंबर।
7455937962।
ठीक है, ईमेल एड्रेस?
abc@gmail.com।
बढ़िया। पेशा जैसे नौकरी, स्वरोजगार, व्यापार, छात्र, सेवानिवृत्त।
छात्र।
बढ़िया। नॉमिनी का पूरा नाम बताएं।
नॉमिनी क्या होता है?
नॉमिनी वह व्यक्ति होता है जिसे आपकी मृत्यु की स्थिति में आपका एनपीएस फंड मिलेगा। आप अपने पति व पत्नी, माता पिता, बच्चे या भाई बहन को नॉमिनी बना सकते हैं। आप 3 नॉमिनी तक जोड़ सकते हैं। खाता फॉर्म पर वापस नॉमिनी का पूरा नाम।
राहुल शर्मा।
राहुल शर्मा आपके क्या लगते हैं? पति व पत्नी, पिता, माता, पुत्र, पुत्री, भाई बहन।
भाई।
लगभग हो गया। पेंशन फंड चुने, नंबर बोले। 1, एचडीएफसी पेंशन फंड मध्यम जोखिम 12.4% रिटर्न करी। 2, एसबीआई पेंशन फंड कम जोखिम 10.8% रिटर्न। 3, आईसीआईसीआई प्रूडेंशियल पेंशन फंड मध्यम उच्च जोखिम 13.1% रिटर्न। 4, यूटीआई रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस मध्यम जोखिम 11.6% रिटर्न।
पेंशन फंड क्या होता है?
पेंशन फंड मैनेजर पीएफएम एक पीएफआरडीए रजिस्टर्ड संस्था है जो आपके एनपीएस योगदान को इक्विटी, बॉन्ड्स और गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में निवेश करके आपका रिटायरमेंट फंड बढ़ाती है। आप साल में एक बार पीएफएम मुफ्त में बदल सकते हैं। स्कीम चुनाव पर वापस पेंशन फंड चुनी, नंबर बोले।
एसबीआई।
धन्यवाद पीयूष दीक्षित। आपका एनपीएस टीयर 1 अकाउंट खुल गया है। आपका प्रान नंबर है 400080255420। फंड एसबीआई पेंशन फंड। अब आप मुझसे अपने बैलेंस, योगदान।
So yes, this was the NPS onboarding.
The same, obviously the questions can be changed, the things can be changed. It is a trial version, so it is little slow when it comes to doing it, but concept wise it's an assisted journey to look at. Second, अगर मान लीजिए मेरे पे पहले से एनपीएस अकाउंट होता है तो मैं उससे पूछ सकता हूँ कि मेरे एनपीएस अकाउंट में बैलेंस कितना है, मुझे इन्वेस्ट करना है। तो सेकंड जर्नी जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ वो है अज्यूमिंग कि हमारे पास ऑलरेडी अकाउंट है और उसमें कुछ पैसे हैं। So ये मतलब ई श्रमिक में KYC can be delayed for a month or 2. So initial plan can be generated and then KYC can be done through the platform. For example, I'm a delivery partner, Zomato में है या कहीं पे है, तो my document same can be used through that and after a month. So plan generation is the priority. After that कुछ पैसा प्लेटफॉर्म डालता है तो उसके बाद लोग KYC करने के लिए comparatively
But
better
then the AI should have not allowed you to choose any other category.
Yes, so these
you
are
should
demo.
not be a student and not and then KYC
so
should be
in a use
performed.
case driven, we can customize the question for a delivery partner. It will be like Zomato के आप delivery partner हैं, आपका already defined Zomato.
So the question is, you are providing all the rules, or where is it picking it up from?
So it depends on the persona. So let's say we are rolling out with Zomato to the delivery partners या कोई self help group है और उनके जो लोग हैं उसके हिसाब से it can customize. क्योंकि generally every brand has a figures like ये corporate account है या नहीं है.
No, that's okay. But I'm just saying the primary question is when you
yeah.
Now, either the AI is going to the internet or across various sites and picking up the data and bringing it.
So
you've trained this to some extent, or it is not a trained model?
So basically, it's a use case driven model. For example, I'll take a one case. Zomato wants to roll it out to all the delivery partners, right? And they have to do it manually. There'll be some assistance needed to roll it out in a way. The once we roll it out, this will help in roll it out of the process. So it will not scratch the data. We'll know, okay, out of these people, these are the people who are signing up and they're already Zomato link version. So we predefined it.
I'm not going that deep also. My fundamental question is, like we asked that हमको अभी इसमें KYC नहीं करनी है.
हाँ.
अब सवाल ये आ रहा है कि आप कौन से कैटेगरी में आते हैं, कि छात्र हैं कि आप रिटायर्ड हैं कि गवर्नमेंट में हैं, जो भी है. अब द रूल इज ऑलरेडी क्लियर कि अगर आप ई श्रमिक में आते हैं तो आपकी KYC जरूरत नहीं है उस वक्त पे.
Correct.
Now this is a deterministic rule which AI should know because somebody has written out all the rules.
Correct.
So I fully appreciate the concept. It's extremely easy, and
Yes.
I appreciate the fact that in this country more people will want to speak and get their job done rather than type forms.
Yeah.
But I'm saying behind this there must be a
Rule-based.
rule-bound
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
information set.
Correct. So what we showed is a demo part of it, but it is basically rule-based. Let's say it's a Zomato or not. It's a rule-based engine. If we roll it out to you or as students in a way, it is known that it's a rule-based engine that we built that way. Second thing is one more part which recently came in with us as well. Can it make investment or navigate through the platform also, right? So let me show you one more use case. मुझे 500 रुपये अपने NPS में इन्वेस्ट करने हैं. Let me open that. You still connected? Try once.
मुझे NPS में 500 रुपये इन्वेस्ट करने हैं.
But basically, just to summarize it, it opens up Razorpay portal and pre-filled with the 500 rupees saying that complete the contribution, and it completes back. So for example, if you're not using, let's say you're regularly using some other platform, the last stage of the account opening, or let's say someone part of it, that opens up. So it's integrated with the CRA APIs or the payment gateway APIs to complete the flow and assisted the journey throughout the end-to-end part of it. So the backend is either a CRA API that we can call up, which we generally do as a Zerodha pension box part of it. We are access to couple of APIs for fund part of it. So we call up those APIs to answer those questions back to certain people. So that does also deliver that part of it. Yeah, thank you so much.
So I have a couple of questions on this, because it's a totally AI driven thing, and with AI everything related, because we are capturing everything here, right, from mobile banking, a mobile number to email ID to everything, what I want, what I feel, everything is there. What is the security? Because fundamentally from demo I can understand you are just putting entire payload on the large language models, and that is how it is structured. So what is the technology behind it actually? Because that's become sensitive. Journey part is fantastic, all is a reimagination, the flow should be good. But when you do it for any regulated entity, how this will be architected and ensure that it is working properly?
So this, what we've shown you is a additional part that we built. We have already built journeys when it comes to like investments, APIs, all that, and we are ISO certified.
No, I'm restricting myself to that.
Only the part of
I'm
it.
not
So
asking other
this flow,
capabilities, I
this flow basically sits on the top of the existing tech layer that we build, which is part of the CRA APIs and the pension box APIs
No,
that we
but the
build.
fundamental challenge will be you are putting each and everything about me, my mobile number, even all PI information, what I want, and sending it to large language models.
So basically we are not sending the personal data. Your personal data, when you sign up to a protein app, or let's say any other app which is offering you NPS, you always give them the data which is like email ID, number. They already have it in a way. When you plug and play this particular part,
again my question is different. We understand.
I understand.
All
So
bank need data. all regulated institute or organization need data, but
Yes.
fundamentally they are not passing that particular data to any of the large language model or any other thing.
Correct.
They
So
are-
we are not also passing the questionnaire that we showed you was a demo questions. It's not like we're gonna answer those questions to that particular part. It can fetch those details from the CRA saying that what is my account balance, but the email ID and the phone number and the PRAN number does not pass back to the larger ML data.
No, sir, we have.
Hey, so
Because my point is that what sir was also asking, entire thing is like your thing is a rule-based dialogue flow. Rule-based dialogue flow should always be like is a very restrictive because you are capturing entire
Correct.
information. Only part where you need, because how I ask question with other person ask question is different thing. That part that should be given to the large language model or any of the AI model,
So-
but remaining should be very deterministic because it's a
That's
financial
exactly how it
decision.
happens. So current POP apps or protein or CRA apps will have your personal details. They will not pass the personal details to the LLMs. They will only pass on the details which is non-personal. So for the demo purpose, the questions was like that. But in an actual implementation scenario,
I think the larger point is whenever we use AI,
Yeah.
we as persons who are illiterate about AI, our assumption is that you are passing on all the information back to the LLM on which you are trained.
so
this is the assumption we come with.
correct. So
That's
there's-
why he's
correct.
asking that question,
I do,
because all of us fear the fact that when we share information into an AI model,
Yeah.
it goes back to the Google and the Gemini and the Claude and what have you.
Yes.
That
So-
is the specific.
I totally get that. So the only thing there is that not all the information is passed to the larger models, especially the personal information stays with the CR and the POP. Correct. Before we, yes, definitely. So all the AIs out there has to be first properly regulated and implemented. This is like more on a POC side, done in 7 days. So that's how we did it, and the questionnaire was set of things. But I totally understand. We even now as a POP and a overall structure, we make sure we don't use AI throughout the journey where there's a confidential data involved. So implementation of AI is always restricted there. Yeah. Yes. Correct. Done. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the session, everyone. I would like our chairman and other designated juries to please head to the auditorium for the prize distribution and for the distribution of mementos. Thank you.
Before that, we will have the jury in technical room 1 on discussion about the winners of the hackathon. The participants, please move forward to the Abhivakti camp. The caps have been standing outside for you. Thank you.
जाओ रिकॉर्ड करके ले आओ प्राइस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन या पंकज साथ में जाओ प्राइस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रिकॉर्ड होगा इसको स्टॉप करो कर दिया बंद कर दो और लेना अपना गुरु जी समझो ये नहीं हटा दिया पीछे पीछे जब पीछे पीछे खोसने पड़ा लगा भैया मेरे खोल बंद ना करो ये लगा दिया ठीक है खत्म खत्म नहीं खत्म अब ये ठीक रखो पेपर लगा दो लगा दिया 2 बार लगाया फिर गिर जाएंगे लगा दो